Welcome back to New Rockstars. I'm Eric Voss, and this is a breakdown of WandaVision Episode 9, the series finale, a true gut punch of familial loss, overreaching fan theories, and robots talking boats. Let's break down this finale scene by scene, frame by frame in some cases, to point out all those interesting details that are a bit hard to catch. Really, folks, going back to appreciate the stuff they hide in these episodes has always been my favorite part of this, and I appreciate you folks for going on this ride with me. So here we go. You know, we do get some nice fighting in WandaVision, but none of it involved realistic nuclear submarines, though I got a game that fills that void. Conflict of Nations is a free online PvP strategy game where you choose a real country to lead in modern global warfare. You fight up to 128 other players in real time and use different units to build your army, including tanks, jets, and yes, even nuclear submarines. I really like that they got this world map with over 100 real territories that you can invade. I'm coming for you, Saskatchewan. I'm kidding. I like our friends up there. I'm gonna destroy you in this game. You can play with the same account on both PC and mobile, and for the next 30 days, my viewers can click the link in this description to get 13,000 gold and 1 month of premium subscription for free. A special game was created for the first viewers to click this link, and I will share details about that at the end of the video. The previously on ends with Wanda from the end of last episode, yellow frames flickering over her. If you pause it, you can see this is the moment the Mind Stone showed her her future as the Scarlet Witch, the fully powered form she becomes in this finale episode. But achieving this status comes with Wanda having to give up her family inside that hex. But this episode tells us that family is never truly lost, because our souls are rooted in the memories that we share with loved ones. So that way, family can truly be forever. Family is actually in the opening line of this episode from Tommy. Oh my god, this kid is being choked and his main priority is the safety of his brother. Say it with me, Vin Diesel. Family. Then after creepily rising back up, Agatha's purple blast now has a bit of red mixed in, showing how she stole some of Wanda's chaos magic and is throwing it back at her. Wanda cars Agatha into the house, with Agatha's empty boots sticking out like the Wicked Witch of the East, with this witch's basket bike hurling fireballs from rooftops, red puffs of smoke, and killing your little dog too. Agatha is very much Wizard of Oz inspired. Actually, the 2013 film Oz the Great and Powerful shows up on the marquee again, a film directed by Sam Raimi, currently directing Elizabeth Olsen as she returns in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. We're gonna explain how. Then White Vision floats down.
Is it really you?
Similar to Wanda's confused greeting when she first meets White Vision in the comics, but this macOS Vision doesn't play nice. That bone crunch sound effect. Luckily, Vision knocks him into a Winnebago and boom, looking for a White Vision walking right out of those flames like the Terminator T-100. A true killing machine. Now, I love the camera motion following Wanda's glide up and then back through the window glass to Monica. Always appreciated how good this show is about scene geography. Like, we always know where in Westview we are, and when we don't know where we are, it's for a reason. The action's very easy to track. I love it. Now, Pietro traps Monica in his man cave using his super speed to tap her off her feet. I love that ping, an indicator that Monica herself is pretty sturdy. And even though Pietro is, I guess, not Fox X-Men Quicksilver, this man cave, his super momentum, these are things we saw with Quicksilver in Days of Future Past. So you're just gonna take the cool stuff about him but not bring the character over? White Vision goes right for that Mind Stone in Vision's head, just like Thanos and the Black Order did. Now, at first in this fight between them, Vision does have the edge by phase shifting through White Vision's blows. But notice how, over the course of the battle, White Vision learns from this, so that later in the library, he catches Vision off guard by the same kind of phase shifting. He's learning. I love the shot where White Vision rises from the cracked pavement, trying to drag Vision down, because White Vision is essentially a zombie corpse from the grave, dragging Vision, an angelic form conceived in this afterlife, back down to hell. Now, Paul Bettany's pulling double duty as both Visions, and this is confirmed this was a big secret cameo Bettany teased.
And they're gonna be so disappointed when they find out it's me.
Now, I don't mind this. I think Bettany's great in both roles, but his trolling did kind of contribute to a perfect storm of fan expectation chaos, something that we go into in Inside Marvel. Go check that out. Now, Hayward's screen shows the comparative vibranium decay of both visions. Notice Vision represented in gold has a higher concentration than White Vision. That's because White Vision's vibranium is older, more decayed than his Hex counterpart, whose vibranium was manifested like weeks ago. Jimmy Woo snatches the phone in plain sight of this sword agent, who I just assume just hates Hayward. You know, Hayward's a dick. Jimmy picks the lock with Flourish, another nod to his close-up magic classes from Ant-Man and the Wasp. Now, one of my greatest pleasures throughout these breakdowns of WandaVision is pointing out just random background extras in Westview doing goofy NPC shit. Behind Wanda is this dapper Dan, frozen with his foot on the hydrant. It's not an Easter egg, I just love this weirdo. He never moves. My man! And then Dennis the mailman drives by in that Presto truck that wasn't at all related to anything.
Don't shoot, I'm just a messenger.
Now, he said the same thing back in episode 2.
Don't shoot, I'm just a messenger.
I'm starting to think that Dennis might just be Jimmy Woo's missing witness. If you look closely in episode 5, he was ID'd on their ID wall, but we never got a close look at what was written on that file. The missing witness is definitely not Pietro/Ralph. I will get to why later. But Dennis just seems like he could have been a past crook who would cooperate with the feds to turn in his past criminal associates. And then him saying, "Don't shoot, I'm just a messenger," is something you could imagine someone like that whimpering to like a mafioso's gun in his face. But then Agatha confirms that her spellbook is indeed the Darkhold, Marvel's Book of the Damned. This is potentially the biggest confirmation of this episode. See, in the comics, the Darkhold was a collection of spells written by, and I think I got the right pronunciation here, Shetan, the demon lord who originally cursed Wanda as a baby. Agnes says here,
"The Scarlet Witch is not born, she is forged. She has no coven, no need for incantation."
Forge likely refers to her forgery by the Mind Stone, because it was that Infinity Stone amplification that made Wanda the Scarlet Witch, with Nexus level powers unique among the witches. But ironically, Agatha says this in front of a billboard for Squeaky Shine, using the power of Mother Earth. Wanda's untaught magic is a natural phenomenon, whereas Agatha, according to her Latin bullying, mors monstro naturae. She's a freak of nature, an aberration in nature. She cheated via supernatural means. And notice the book once again glows a fiery orange color, the same color of magic that seemed to protect Agatha from the blue spells and allowed her purple magic to take over and drain the rest of the coven. Presumably that magic came from the Darkhold and whatever demonic entity or entities are contained within. Now, the Darkhold is the source of all supernatural horrors in the Marvel world. Like, expect this book to come back in Multiverse of Madness and Blade. Many believe it belongs among the other spell books in the Camartage library, but this looks way older. Like, there is no way Librarian Wong would let it get into this shape. I'm thinking this book actually predates that entire library. It's far more dangerous than anything in there. But inside this book, these ancient runes and geometric illustrations, like notice that hexagon framing the Scarlet Witch there, they do appear to link this magic of Agatha and her coven to the Marvel sorcerers. She even references Doctor Strange here.
"Your power exceeds that of the Sorcerer Supreme. It's your destiny to destroy the world."
And by destroying the world, I think we can presume she means breaking apart the universe into a multiverse of alternate worlds. That might be what these various overlapping circles on the opposite page could be referring to. Now, by the way, this is a very different Darkhold than the one in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. or in Runaways, further telling us that those titles might not be MCU canon. Though, hey, with the multiverse, maybe one day all this shit can be MCU canon. Now, Agatha awakens Meat Puppet Dottie, whose real name is Sarah Proctor. Sarah Proctor was the daughter of the Proctor family, a family accused of witchcraft during the Salem witch trials. Her father, John Proctor, was hanged. Now, Sarah's husband is Harold Proctor, aka Jones, so presumably this is a name she married into, unless Harold took her name. Like, I could see him doing that. He seems like a progressive fella. Now, Dottie/Sarah doesn't seem to also be a witch in Westview, at least so far, but with Agatha's survival, this nosy neighbor could identify another witch with Salem roots to try to mentor, to take under her wing. We just know witchcraft is an ongoing thing in the MCU 7 months later in Spider-Man Far From Home with Mr. Dell's superstition.
Came for science, we're leaving because of witches. Welcome to the new Dark Ages.
So Monica realizes that Pietro is actually Ralph, the Ralph we've been looking for the whole time. The husband Agatha can't shut up about. His name is Ralph Boner. Look, I'll have more thoughts on why this whole Evan Peters casting misdirect happened in the first place. There's actually probably a very good reason for it. We're gonna talk about it Inside Marvel, but for his part, Evan Peters had this to say about his cameo.
Dude, I'm such a huge fan of the Marvel Universe. It was so cool to come over there and hang out with all those guys.
As if this might not be an ongoing thing going forward. Now, the name Boner could be a nod to Agatha's oft-mentioned intimacy issues with Ralph, or more likely a nod to Growing Pains, Mike Seaver's buddy Richard Stabone, aka Boner. Yeah, that was his nickname in this 80s sitcom. Now, Growing Pains was a reference point on the episode Evan Peters first appeared in, and WandaVision director Matt Shakman got his showbiz start as a child actor on Just the 10 of Us, which was a Growing Pains spinoff. So the guy's got boners on the brain. Now, Monica reads this from an overdue water bill. Now, look closely, and the charges go way up in the month of October. Maybe because that's when the hex started, and Ralph maybe needed to hydrate a lot more after his high-speed Halloween hijinks. Or this is also when Agatha moved in, and we know she loves gardening and all those purple flowers, using a lot of hose water. I don't know, they might still be the one to go ever bloom after all. Especially if Agatha's not dead, she's gonna be growing stuff in that town. Can't wait to revisit Catherine Hahn. Now, she also gets this from the name on his headshot, meaning Ralph is an aspiring actor. I actually assumed they used one of Evan Peters' real early headshots. I love it. Now, the fact that water bill's overdue, an aspiring actor living in Westview, New Jersey in that house, the guy's broke. Ralph is not Jimmy Woo's missing witness, folks. This isn't like a casting assignment. That's not what they do for people in federal witness protection. They don't give them headshots with their names on it. They know what their own face looks like. He's just an actor, and people in federal witness protection are forbidden from any attention-grabbing behavior, like going anywhere you might appear on the news or attempting a freaking acting career. That, plus his water bill goes back several months, and Jimmy said his witness moved there recently, and Jimmy saw Pietro on screen and didn't say anything. So stop asking me if Ralph is a federal witness protection person. He's not. But he's not. But then Billy, future Wiccan, uses his telepathy to sense his parents. Interestingly, he sees Wanda using her chaos magic to choke the townspeople before she actually does that in the following scene. That means Billy can see the future. Like Raven, Wanda pleads her case.
You're fine. You're fine. I've kept you safe in here. You feel at peace.
Doesn't this sound like the kind of rationale other MCU villains use? Like Loki saying, "Is this not simpler?" Or Thanos expecting the universe to be grateful. They all mean well, but as Agatha correctly points out,
Heroes don't torture people.
you know who does? Villains. She's gonna be a villain. Now, Wanda tries to be merciful by opening the hex walls, which with this red color does kind of evoke the parting of the Red Sea by Moses, which would let the Hebrew slaves flee to freedom, but also lets in the cruel Pharaoh, in this case, Hayward. As the town glitches, the movie theater marquee toggles between ones we've discussed, Big Red and Kidnapped, the way these people are kidnapped in a Big Red hex. Also Vision 8, Big Red Gum, Oz the Great and Powerful, and this modern one, Tannhauser Gate, which is a nod to the Tears of Rain monologue in Blade Runner. This episode also deals with the philosophy of AI and metaphysics like Blade Runner did. And then Put the Fun in Dysfunction,
You know
seems to
the
be
drill.
a fictional title.
Make
Like you can see a
Requiem proud.
yellow poster for this movie in the post-credit scene. Looks like a
Zero.
rom-com, maybe a kid's
Energy
movie. But the
researchers
theater
lost
name is the Cornet
communications
Theater.
within the
Cornet
Cerium
is a small
harvester
crown.
team.
reflecting the crown at the center of Wanda's identity
Should
and
have the
Agatha's
harvester's
ending.
last
Also,
known
during this
coordinates now.
glitching, you can briefly see a billboard flipping to an ad for Hydra Soap, the soap commercial from episode 3, just like how we saw Lagos paper towel in the last episode. And with the hex now open, Vision, Billy, and Tommy begin to disintegrate. Their particles are these Tetrisy jigsaw blocks, like the walls of Wanda's house as she constructed it last episode, both Joe Quesada's amazing House of M cover art that I've referenced a million times. And the family lines up like the Incredibles, referenced back in episode 6. Wanda protects them with a spiritual shield, just like Clyde does for her family. Now, in the library is this banner reading, "The library is the place to be," with beehive hexagons. Because clearly Agent Franklin's beekeeper form had to mean something. Another loose end that we will address in Inside Marvel. Stay tuned. And then Vision cleverly tricks White Vision with a logical paradox.
I request elaboration.
I'm gonna use the out of that. So Vision brings up the ship of Theseus from Greek philosophy. How much can you replace the pieces of something until its identity has now changed? With White Vision stuck in a paradox, both are the true ship. Are the true ship. Try to defeat robot Santa with a logical paradox in Futurama.
Consider this. You are programmed to destroy the knowledge. But many of those you destroy are in fact nice. I submit to you that you are nice, and that logically you must destroy yourself.
Unfortunately for White Vision, his head wasn't built with paradox-absorbing crumple zones. So Vision offers a solution to paradox.
Perhaps the rot is the memories, the wear and tear of the voyages, the wood touched by Theseus himself.
So Vision is saying memory determines identity, the soul. That's a big reason why it's so meaningful later when Wanda finally justifies Vision's existence as an extension of her soul. And he echoes this same concept.
I've been a voice for nobody. Made real.
Vision restores the memories from the data inside White Vision, showing us lots of MCU flashbacks. First, panels showing characters in the moments from Age of Ultron, Iron Man, Hulk, the Hulkbuster armor, Johannesburg, and then Avengers Tower, Wanda walking out the door in Sokovia, also Vision's birth in Avengers Tower, then Shuri scanning his head in Infinity War, the moment he grabbed Ultron's head, which is kind of what this moment with White Vision is paralleling, the gold versus the blue color tones. Gold representing the Jarvis-voiced Vision, blue representing a soulless AI. Then when he wielded Mjolnir and fought sentries in that Sokovian church, Wanda fighting him to save Hawkeye in Civil War, his 2 deaths at the hands of Wanda, and then Thanos and Wakanda in Infinity War, a shot of him firing that beam that hit Rhodey in the Civil War airport battle. You can actually see Giant Scott behind him there. Wanda flirting with him in Avengers compound, Vision helping her up after that airport battle, Wanda cupping his face in Scotland in Infinity War, then Wanda trying to heal Corvus Glaive's wound right after that, and then Thanos getting that Mind Stone, turning him into the corpse that later ended up in Sword's hands. With these memories restored, White Vision declares himself Vision and blasts the hell knows where. Maybe a new protocol to reassemble the Avengers, maybe the Apple Store, an iPod. I don't know, we're gonna talk more about White Vision's future in tomorrow's Q&A. Wanda teasingly vanishes in front of Agatha, signaling to us that she has been picking up some of Agatha's moves and has another learned tactic up her sleeve. The boys handle the military, love that line, with Tommy stealing a hat the way Quicksilver stole a hat as a speedster in the X-Men films. Hayward shoots children, though it looks like that first shot would have gone between them. Hayward poorly shoots at children, but Monica heroically jumps in front to take the bullets. She doesn't know these kids have superpowers like she does, so that's nice. Now this time her eyes glow yellow. Each time her eyes kind of glow a different color, reflecting whatever radiation she's connected with in that moment. Perhaps here, maybe it's the gunfire or the metal of the bullets, but either way, the bullets refract through her and then slow and then drop out the other side. Just another example of Monica's abilities as Spectrum or Photon, whatever name they're gonna go with, absorbing all forms of energy and sort of redirecting it or reapplying it. But interesting, notice her eyes follow a bullet as it whizzes past her, a sign that she also must be capable of moving at super speeds, which is also something Spectrum can do in the comics. Then I love it, Darcy rams Hayward in that funnel cake truck, which remember, that's warped from an armored truck in episode 6. Actually, we'll expect that later. And remember, warped materials retain their composition, explaining why she could ram Hayward like this. Wanda sneaks up to Agatha to curse her, the same quick movement that she did to the Avengers in Age of Ultron. In this case, Agatha's nightmare is the painful memory of her witch trial, seeing her coven resurrect, and why she was so fearful of Wanda being able to raise the dead. But then the coven turns on Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, recognizing her as the foretold harbinger of chaos, with her red crown forming on her head, linking it to the blue crown that formed on Nora's head. But Wanda ends up breaking out of this, using Agatha's envy for the chaos magic against her, feeding her more of it and more of it, while luring her into a trap of runes that disable her magic, just like the ones Agatha used to trap Wanda. And I love the moment Agatha tries to use her magic, but nothing happens, just like Thanos in Endgame.
Those were our people, Frankie.
I am inevitable.
So Wanda absorbs Agatha's magic and becomes the full Scarlet Witch. Amazing costume, with this nice M shape in the crown, like one of the runes down in the basement, maybe hinting at a future House of M event in Multiverse of Madness. With this M shape in her crown, and this other interesting runic shape on her belt buckle, I'm wondering if both of these could be some sort of protective runes that protect Wanda, the Scarlet Witch, wherever she goes. Cool design. Now, some are comparing Wanda's wardrobe to Magneto, Michael Fassbender's look, but I really love how it incorporates the colors of all the magic she now possesses. The way Agatha's purple and blue dress fit, Wanda's red and Agatha's purple mixed in this dark scarlet, and you can see the little stripes of blue on the legs. And it's got powers of its herself, Mind Stone, of Agatha, and of the other members of that coven. And Wanda, now if you listen, has a bit more of her Caribbean accent comeback. Imprison Agatha as a nosy neighbor Agnes in Westview.
I'm sorry. No, you're not. You're cruel. You have no idea what you've unleashed.
It's a dark move by Wanda to trap Agatha in this dollhouse. Into Agnes, she retains the brooch. No matter what, that stays with her. But now it's kind of a way Wanda can identify her. Let's start. And then the two part with
A be seeing you, Agnes.
Not if I see you first, huh?
First, with a veiled threat, Agatha may come back to haunt Wanda before Wanda expects it. And then Wanda and Vision tuck in the boys, saying family is forever. And Wanda says this.
Boys, thanks for choosing.
Another sign that these boys might have come from a source outside of Wanda's magic. Didn't give birth to them. They chose her. It's kind of like a rescue dog. Who rescued who, right? And then Wanda explodes. Reflecting that famous closing shot of Fight Club as the narrator and Marla hold hands watching their
Good hunting.
Piece of the mind stone that lives in me. You are a body of wires and blood and bone that I create.
Time to write my name in blood.
And my hope
Whatever comes,
of
I'm
mostly
ready.
my love.
And like we do,
This would
Vision
serve
cries
me
a
well
single
will come
tear,
back.
matching that panel in Avengers 58, and they promise to find each other again. Maybe Wanda's future in the multiverse could result in a Vision from an alternate reality, merging with White Vision, similar to the insanity that restores Vision in the comics, but right now we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is about letting go, not figuring out when we can find each other again. And as we cut from Wanda's hex to reality, you may notice her right hand starts being higher, and then suddenly her left hand is higher on the other side of the cut. But I don't think this is a mistake, because a real detail here, emotional trigger warning. Her wedding band and her engagement ring are also now missing from her left hand. So the last thing this fading hex did was lift the rings off her finger, essentially reversing the moment Wanda magically married them back in episode 1. So now Wanda finds herself back in the empty lot, as if nothing has happened. Dorothy waking up from the dream. This was foreshadowed by young Wanda in that flashback last episode.
By the end of the episode, you realize it was all a bad dream.
But the people of Westview will never forget. Way to ruin it for all mutants, Wanda. These people are going to be so mean to the mutants. But Monica at least wishes her well.
Bye, Wanda. Good luck.
Good luck. Does take Wanda back to that simple probability hex that she could cast as a kid, back when bringing herself good luck was as magical as it got for her. But my oh my, how this witch has grown. Post-credit scene number 1! The Skrull search is back. This Skrull is an associate of Nick Fury, an old friend of Maria and Monica Rambeau. Marvel setting up Monica to join Fury on that Skrull space station that we see him on in the Far From Home post-credit scene. After this. Now, by the way, I'm thinking this is not Talos' daughter because Monica probably would have recognized her and be like, hey buddy, nice eyes! But they reveal this Skrull transformation directly in the lens flare of that projector light. Weird shot setup, right? I'm thinking maybe it's another visual setting up Monica's future as Proton or Spectrum, which both names come from the fact that she has electromagnetic physiology. But the final scene picks up with Wanda in a cabin by this mountain lake. We got a couple options for where this could be just her home country of Sokovia. Some are saying it could be Alkali Lake, the location of the Weapon X lab that created Wolverine, or it could be Wundagore Mountain, the location of the Citadel of the High Evolutionary, where Magda gave birth to Wanda and Pietro. Bova showed up in episode 2, remember? Bova's the bovine nursemaid created by the High Evolutionary. If this is Wundagore, that tea Wanda brews could be that Wundagore Everbloom herb I theorized Agatha was brewing for her in episode 7. There's something weird going on here. Wanda freaking barehands the metal handle of a tea kettle that was just boiling. Guess the girl likes it hot. Now what's going on here? Wanda is using astral projection into her Scarlet Witch form to examine the Darkhold. Kind of like the way Doctor Strange used astral projection to study sorcery while he was sleeping. But the fact that Wanda is doing it while awake is troubling, because how is she splitting her consciousness? Everyone else does it when they're either incapacitated or sleeping. Wanda seems to be pulling alternate versions of herself already from alternate realities to be able to do this. But listen to the music here. This is Michael Giacchino's Doctor Strange theme. And Giacchino composed the opening Marvel Studios title card theme. Its version of it actually first appeared in the Doctor Strange movie in 2016. So in a way, Giacchino's music has been here with us in WandaVision the whole time. But in the final seconds, from the Darkhold, Wanda hears the voices of Billy and Tommy calling for help. And as Wanda Wanda's eyes widen with recognition. We flash to red. What's going on here? Well, how do we get here? Remember, the camera swooped in from an insane distance, and without cutting, it glides all the way into the back interior room. Very eerie, very Evil Dead, Sam Raimi. It's like we are a disembodied spirit, a fellow astral projection watching Wanda. Maybe Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, whose powers Wanda has apparently surpassed. And the Avengers, she will probably be a villain too in Multiverse of Madness. I think Wanda is recreating what we saw in the Darkhold pages, the wavy-haired sorceress creating these circle hexes. Doing what? Channeling her Nexus powers to tap into the multiverse to find an ultimate reality like the one she created, where she can go on to be with Vision and her sons. But the problem is, those voices came from some mystery outside source. And now that their voices are screaming out for help, it makes us wonder what darker threat this Scarlet Witch unleashed, to use the word of Agatha's warning. Look, there's all kinds of demonic forces out there. We're gonna meet at least one of them in Multiverse of Madness. I went in the other video while I'm still on that crazy military. Obviously not living up to little no-show. Hundreds of you have been very kind to remind me of that on Twitter. Thanks. But hey, now that Marvel has set the stage for satanic witchcraft and the Darkhold, there's always a future Marvel title, Loki, Multiverse of Madness. Just saying, if those demon spawn are still in the mix, the devil is still in the details. But hey, to be honest, I don't really care about that right now. I'm just in full appreciation for this series. It's creepy, funny, heartbreaking, mysterious nonsense, and being able to theorize about it week to week with you. So thank you so much for sticking with me and knowing that New Rockstars is always aimed for more than just like theory accuracy. Like if you were with us before WandaVision, you know that all too well. And if you found us through WandaVision, welcome. The madness is just beginning. And thanks again to Conflict of Nations for sponsoring this video. Conflict of Nations is the free online PvP strategy game happening in a modern global warfare. You get an exclusive gift. Click on the link in the description to get this exclusive gift of 13,000 gold and 1 month of free premium subscription. Offer only available for 30 days. Don't lose time. Click on the link in the description, choose your country, and fight your way to victory. And another reminder to check out our Unusual Couple shirt, which is still available but selling out fast because a new latest Obsession collectible will be announced soon. Get it at newrockstarsmerch.com. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter at EABoss. Follow New Rockstars. Subscribe to New Rockstars for everything Marvel. Thanks for watching.
What's going on with Wanda during Doctor Strange 2. We know a lot about what's going on with that movie already, the characters that they're doing, and now because of WandaVision, we have an idea for what the plot actually is. So if you're new to the channel, you can subscribe to get all the videos. Also, if you're doing full episodes for Falcon and Winter Soldier, that's going to start in a couple of weeks too. Careful for spoilers for everything that happened on WandaVision, obviously, you have to see the episodes. So there are 2 post-credit scenes in the WandaVision finale. So it's actually...
Hostile eliminated.
Welcome. Back to New Rockstars. WandaVision series finale definitely made a mark. It may have confused you, it may have made you cry, it may have presented some questions for what's coming up in the MCU, and we're gonna do our best to give you some answers. Hey, spoiler warning for the season finale if you are just joining us now. I'm Eric Voss. I'm here with Jessica Clemens. How you doing, Jess? I'm feeling
I'm feeling
And this video is brought to you by Privacy. Privacy lets you buy things online using virtual cards, protecting your identity and bank information on the internet. And as a treat for my viewers, new customers will get $5 to spend on their first purchase when they go to privacy.com/newrockstars and sign up now. This is a bonus episode 9 Q&A that we are doing with our listeners on Stereo. We're recording this live the morning of the episode drop. Download Stereo for free at stereo.com/newrockstars. Let's take our first question, Jess.
In your opinion, why do you think Vision did not tell Wanda that he uploaded his memories into White Vision?
Oh yeah, I guess he just didn't have time, but realistically he should have. He was probably
definitely should
so
have.
Emotionally like, I'm about to lose my wife, and I love her, and my kids are asleep and they're gonna die.
Yeah, that hex wall was rushing in.
It was
yeah.
coming quick.
Yeah,
He was like, just the imagine being like, I have 30 seconds to tell you exactly how I feel. I don't want to lose you. I feel like he just didn't have time. But realistically, I guess he should have been like, it's okay, I might be gone, but there's another Vision running around with my memories. You can somehow get to love you.
For maybe he's like, it's kind of like a lover who's about to die who doesn't want their spouse to remarry. It's like,
oh yeah,
you better die alone now. You will forever be a widow.
Okay.
No, but we should talk more about, White Vision, right? And like what he is now in the MCU going forward, because he has all the memories of Vision. It was kind of like a callback to Ultron, right? Of when Vision grabbed Ultron's head, and because we know you've all been watching Ultron, it's been like recommended, please watch this after every episode of WandaVision. And his mind glowed from blue to orange. Go Gators! Yes. And but yeah, I think that's what this means now. We are now Vision in the MCU, for all intents and purposes, is just going to be this spectral Vision. And he's going to have a role to play. And I think that's why Vision didn't tell Wanda, is he didn't want Wanda to interfere with what this Vision's journey is going forward. He understood that this Vision now needed to move forward without being tied back or held back by the Scarlet Witch.
I also think that this Vision still has questions, so he still was like figuring out himself as a robot. So I do think overall, right now, he probably went back to Sword to figure out like, I was a corpse using as an asset, or he could have gone back to like Stark Industries and been like, this is what I feel like because he can't time, he can't like jump.
Search the area for those harvesters.
Right? He
Just
can't just go
engage
through
the
reality.
Ethereum
And even
canister
like
and break
Sword
its
couldn't
rocket.
give him that ability to do that. So he's stuck on Earth.
Yeah, he's not
like,
an
where is he
expert.
going? Yeah, so it's like, where is he going on Earth? And I think it's to find more about himself. But I don't think loving Wanda is still an emotion, and he just got the memories. He didn't get the
right. No, well, you're right, Jess. I think that was when Wanda said, "What are you? You are the part of the Mind Stone." So, spelling out that link. White Vision doesn't have that link. He's his own thing. That's just kind of the corporeal form of Vision's corpse. And when she put her hand over him in Sword headquarters, she said, "Feel you." So I think that was why Vision just kind of let White Vision go on his own journey. They were just talking about the ship of Theseus, this logical philosophical argument about what is something made of, essentially. They kind of spelled it out in the episode, but the ship of Theseus thing is like, there's an argument presented by Plato, a lot of these ancient Greek philosophers, which like once the pieces of something out, is it still what it once was? So I think the argument underneath that is what makes up the identity, the soul. Where is it? Is it nested in your head? Is it in your brain? Is it in your heart? Is it all throughout your body? Like your body gets stripped limb from limb, as Vision has been. Where does his soul nested? Where does it go? And the argument at the end of the day is that are kind of still the essence, or what was said was memory.
Yeah, we're getting like a Gamora without fast forward, but we're getting like a Gamora story where it's
like Gamora lost.
Like Gamora?
Gamora got. Oh, I don't
Finding
think
Gamora.
Big question. We talk about it. Guys are gonna have such a ball. It's so bananas. It's me and Papa.
I can't wait to see this. I love you guys so much. I can't wait to see
I was like, as soon as it was just me and Tommy, I was like, oh my god, this is so crazy. But yeah, I do think that we can.
Wandering here.
So sad. And it's like,
thank you. That's
yeah,
nice.
he goes, I'm just here with my friends. He goes, I'm just here with my friends. I'm trying to have a girls' night.
Well, that's why I think Spectral Vision's destiny might be to be a mentor figure to the Young Avengers. He might disappear for a while. He could be a component of Multiverse of Madness. I don't think Paul Bettany's been confirmed to return in Multiverse of Madness. He might be there as a cameo. Yeah. But I think we're getting to a version of the Vision that was not really I love his debate with Ultron at the end of Age of Ultron. It's like something isn't great just because it lasts. And this is that bullshit that just reminded me of that. I can't wait to see just like the philosopher in chief of the MCU be Vision, because Paul Bettany does it so well. Let's take another question.
What the f is Doctor Strange's excuse for not pulling up, bro? Sorcerer Supreme, my ass. More like fucking Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme.
For real, man.
I wish I could take the audio and save it forever. That was so freaking funny. More like the Crunchwrap Supreme. He is the Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme, dude.
He is the Taco Bell Crunchwrap Supreme. Crunchwrap Supreme is actually useful and tasty. Doctor Strange is nowhere to be found.
That's the last of it, Doctor
Just eating his ice cream with
Here,
Wong.
go for rocket launch.
I said it earlier. I think he just straight up is busy doing something else, and this is some minuscule thing of like, and that's what we're gonna see. I think it's gonna be the same time. So it's gonna be him dealing with something that's much bigger. Like it's like his problem can swallow the world. Well, Wanda is just swallowing the small town of New Jersey. So to him,
right,
like,
and Doctor Strange hates New Jersey.
Yeah,
he's allergic to it. He hates New Jersey.
He said, I saw Jersey Shore and I've never gone to this place.
It's literally right across the river. I can see it from my penthouse.
I can smell it and I'm not.
No, but I think to answer your question the best I can is, yeah, like, he's gonna be entering the chat soon in Multiverse of Madness, but right now, I promise they didn't want to pay Benedict Cumberbatch to be in this. They just gave some heavy nods. But it's not just Doctor Strange, it's all of the Avengers. Why did they just leave Wanda out to dry right now? Like, Hulk is around.
I don't think they were allowed.
Like, he's like, we don't want to overshadow Vision and Wanda. That's what this is.
Like,
if you bring in these other characters, it overshadows their story. It's a story thing, but you're right. It doesn't make sense, and this is a massive threat. Why aren't more people helping?
It was, but it's still, again, it only, which is not a good excuse, but it only encompassed a small town of Westfield. It was not like 1 million people like New York when they're getting destroyed. It was literally like 30 people. Yeah, and
well,
they weren't
and Hayward
harmed.
made it sound like he covered it up, like he was able to keep it a secret.
He was.
But Doctor Strange, as a Sorcerer Supreme, like Agatha could sense the hex, and she just floated over there. She's like, "What's this magic?" She smells some barbecue cooking next door, and then she's like, "I'm hungry." She brings her own Tupperware and loads it up. Like Doctor Strange should have done that. He's a wizard. He's not far. He should have sensed it.
I think Wong should have showed up for sure, just to see what the hell was happening. But then they wouldn't have won against Agatha.
No, I think I don't know if Agatha versus Strange. I mean, Strange and Wong together, I think could handle.
Together, yes, but one by themselves, I don't. Especially if they went into that basement, which I'm sure she'd lure them into, and they can't use.
I mean, Strange totally could. Yeah, maybe if she lured him in the basement, you're right. But Strange is Sorcerer Supreme. That guy can like jump through multiverses and shit.
And he's
like
smart.
he can. And he's smart. He's in super control of his powers.
There's book knowledge and then there's street knowledge, though. And I feel like Agatha has street knowledge, while
Agatha's been along a lot longer. She's been around hundreds of years. So.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like she firsthand experiences it while he just reads about it. Not saying that reading about it won't make you smart. It's that like she's like, yeah, I've been actually practicing with it. I lived with it for hundreds of years. You're literally a surgeon that lost like just shaky. Like, I'm not. What?
You lost your shaky.
You lost your hands. Like I don't know what to say. That which is what I also said about Wanda earlier. I was like, Wanda would beat Doctor Strange because she's been birthed with this power and has it forever. Whereas he still, again, is a man that just got it and was reading about it. It's kind of hard to be like, I read all about it, but it's like, yeah, but did you live with it? Did you practice all the time?
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a very good point. Let's take another question from Stereo.
Do you think Ralph is the missing person, and do you think that's his real name, or do we reveal that he's someone else? Also, I love the show, and I love this show.
Oh, thank you so much.
But I don't think so.
Appreciate that.
I love you.
Yeah, I think, guys, the way that I kind of have to put Mephisto to bed for now, we can maybe look at him for the future. The show could not have been more clear about how uninterested they are with like Ralph and Evan Peters going forward. Yeah, I think his name is Ralph Boner. The fact that they showed us 2 pieces of information, like that being his name, I don't think he's a missing person because they would have spelled that out. And like it's weird for a young actor to be someone who's in federal witness protection, right? Like he's like, why? If you're an actor, when you're in federal witness protection, they tell you to avoid all media. They tell you not to go to sporting events because you might be on the jumbotron. Like you're not going to be an actor printing out headshots with your face on it if you're in federal witness protection.
Yeah,
so that's my issue with that. And I think he was just Agatha kind of invaded his home, made him her husband,
100%.
and unfortunately, there's nothing more to it than that. And I think this missing witness of Jimmy Woo. Unfortunately, there's nothing more to it. I think, honestly, it was just by the writers trying to get the FBI into it. Now, I think that's all it was, is the FBI is the bureau that handles missing persons. And I think the idea was he had some other person in this town who vanished along with it. And their family and their friends were like, I never heard of that guy. And that was just an extension of the Hex. And that's what drew him into it. But I think I think it's not great writing, honestly. Overall, the writing on the show has been amazing, but I don't think there's more to it than that. I think they just needed a quick justification to get the FBI involved, and I think it was a poorly thought out way. Because otherwise, it'd be an easy thing to address.
Accelerating the Ethereum infestation in
when
this
else are they
area.
going to address it?
We need that crystal destroyed. Find it and do your job.
I think that's just his FBI friend. I think we learned from this show, don't read too much into friends at other agencies that they call or text, because clearly, now the aerospace engineer drives me nuts, because it's like, you spent multiple scenes building this up.
There have to be damn mailman. You got another line. He said, don't shoot the messenger. And I was like, who was the messenger? I know that you're a messenger, but who's the messenger?
I'm wondering now if Dennis the mailman is his, because, you know, the post office is a federal agency. Maybe that's the job they got him. Oh, I don't think he's a scroll, but he was on their board. I just wonder if, like, we never got a very close-up look of Dennis the mailman's, his identifying piece of paper on the board. I wonder if Jimmy's like, hey, here's my missing guy, and now he's being warped into this, like, weird mailman guy. Actually, you know what? He wasn't, now that I think of it, he was a pizza delivery guy. Which also could work. You could imagine that being your job if you're in federal witness protection, if you're a pizza delivery guy. I don't think there's gonna be more to it than that.
I don't think there is either.
Again, thanks to Privacy for sponsoring this episode. Privacy is a tool that makes it super easy to manage your financial lives online while keeping all of your information secure. By generating virtual numbers, Privacy masks your bank information so you never have to worry about giving it out to those ne'er-do-wells lurking behind all the internet corners. It's easy to share cards with friends and family using Privacy's shared cards. Parents can set caps on how much the kids can spend, and businesses can send cards with spending limits to employees for company expenses. You can buy the Office Donuts, Carl, but no stopping at Bass Pro Shops for camping gear. I like Privacy for recurring payments, like for streaming services that I want some months, but not the month after. So I've set up Privacy I only want this for a month and I forget, as I always forget, I can just set it for 1 month to begin with, and then privacy will ding you if they try to charge the card twice, or charge exceeds the amount you set for it, and then you can just like let things you forget about die off. It's so great. And you can fill out your credit card info in the privacy.com Chrome and Firefox extension, and you're one click away from spending smartly and safely. Just head to privacy.com/newrockstars and sign up for an account. New customers will automatically get $5 to spend on your first purchase. Go to privacy.com/newrockstars and sign up now. Let's take another question.
Okay, so my question is what do you want to see most from Wanda in future events? In Multiverse Madness and anything else she is in?
So I want a Multiverse of Madness to be the event that establishes mutants. I hope it's a House of M style event, and I hope that in her pursuit to try to find her kids, she goes into reality where mutants exist and become that reality with powers, and then we end Multiverse of Madness with mutants. There was a speculation report that Marvel might be focusing on mutants. That just came from one of these scoopers who, you know, conveniently love to scoop stuff on hours before a big Marvel title is about to come out, right when it'll blow up the most on social media. So that's why I don't trust most of these scoopers. But I do hope that an X-Men thing comes soon, and that is the way they do it. So personally, I want that. And then on an emotional level, I want Wanda not to be an outright villain, but just a figure who teaches us how to feel in the MCU. I think WandaVision's been so good at that, at just embracing empathy for characters' emotional grief. And I want more of that, and I want Wanda to be the leader of that in the MCU.
I think I agree. But the only thing that I personally am like, I want a female villain, but I also want, we can't get Wanda not being straight up villain without her saying no more mutants. So it's like, I still want that line of not the no more mutants, but something of the such. I want that line somewhere in there, so it's like she has to get rid of something in order to say that line. So I think that's what equivalates like equation for her to be a villain. So I want to see that. But then or they're gonna here's your movie.
Yeah.
And then it turns into
well, no.
we're gonna green light this right now. We're gonna stop it. So I think it's
real now.
Well, and I think the biggest problem with this series, and I could be totally wrong, you know, I don't know what but I'd be surprised if Marvel would just do a title called
I think it is.
You know, why they would, I think they would do one at a time. Like, start with Cyclops, start with just Wolverine, start with, you know,
I think they're just gonna...
Professor X. Do solo time. There's so much you can wring out of the X-Men. Why just do a movie where it's gonna be a lot of them together? Just start with one character at a time and then build it up. Introduce us to each character before you bring them together in a team.
It's about to be their franchise, so it's like treat it like you do the Avengers. Give them each their own thing. But then I also realistically, I don't know why, but I just see them being like, I don't want to take power away from, like Falcon or Bucky or Shuri or whoever. And I'm like, but you're in the same franchise now. You guys are in the same universe. Give each other's views. But for some reason, I still think they're gonna be like, well, don't forget about Spider-Man. And it's like, we're not gonna forget about Spider-Man. We just need to give each of these people their own thing too. Like, I know that I know about it, but also bring more X-Men that we haven't seen. Give them their own storyline. Give Darwin a movie.
Please, just give Darwin a movie, please. Exactly. Yeah, I think if it doesn't end up happening through the multiverse, and people hate it when I bring up this theory, but honestly, the easiest way is to just suggest that they've been there the whole time.
Oh,
they're
have
gonna say the scrolls have been there the whole
time. They have to.
And I think that's what Eternals might be. I think Eternals is gonna show us the origin of mankind and mutant kind and deviant kind and eternal kind and maybe even no, but I think that's I hope we get a hint towards Apocalypse, you know? Like he was the first mutant in human history, I think, right? Yeah, he was the first one on Earth at least. And I want to get some hint. Since we're going to ancient Egypt, let's just see a hieroglyphic with
But I think you're right. It's like they can't, I don't know, they can't go in like all guns blazing X-Men. I think they're gonna just like slowly like drip it in. Yeah. So it's gonna be like, yeah, they've been here. They've just been like we're gonna see Reed Richards immediately just like doing science in like this building that we've already seen, and it's like, wait, what? Wait, he's been here this entire time, and it's like, yeah, we gotta slowly trickle it in. You can't just shove it down. You gotta take bites. You can't just swallow the whole hamburger.
Exactly. Chew it.
You gotta chew it.
Let's take another question.
What the hell was Mr. Scratchy? Why did we not hear anything about the bloody rabbit after all this time?
Oh yeah. Yes, it did.
There was no rabbit at the end. He just ate that cicada bird and never showed up again. Yeah. There's a lot of holes,
the rabbit did not show up.
Is there a lot of
one of
holes,
our
or my
loose
theories are
threads.
just not? Yeah, I don't think it's holes. I think it's just I dug too deep.
I think, I mean, my best answer for you is that it was MCU Agatha's version of her cat. And in the comics, she has her cat, Ebony, and this is just her animal counterpart, and they made it a rabbit. Why? Maybe to throw us off the scent a little bit.
Still demonic. Or demonic traits.
Yeah.
Witchcraft, it can encompass rabbits as well as goats and cats.
Sure.
They were like,
Sure. Yeah, it's again expectation management, right? Like they bring back that rabbit again and again. I don't blame them for naming it Mr. Scratchy. Although, do rabbits scratch? I've never owned a pet rabbit. Okay. So I don't blame them for naming it. Everyone, there's a million different ways you can look into any character name. Bringing that rabbit back, making it the close up when it comes back from a origin story in episode 8. They put a lot of focus on that rabbit and thing with it in the finale. It's like you didn't need to include all those shots of the rabbit.
Exactly how I feel about the mailman. I was like, there is way too many, which I'm sure not everyone thinks of. I'm just literally a media studies kid, where I was like, you guys spent way too much time on this man. You gave him way too many lines, way too many close-ups. I'm gonna think of something very important. And same with Senior Scratchy. I was like, oh, dude, that rabbit's getting way too much damage.
We'll talk more. We have our next episode of Inside Marvel. We're gonna go really deep into all these like loose ends, these unanswered questions. This plus many others. So we'll have hopefully some better answers for you then.
I think the Easter eggs that you guys were finding.
Demon eradicated.
Today, we are going to be looking at American Horror Story. More like American Horrible Story. Got 'em. This is kind of like my Game of Thrones video because I really liked Game of Thrones and it really sucked making that video. And I also really liked American Horror Story. This one season though, it's awful. Oh my god, it's so bad. American Horror Story is legitimately terrible now. And this is coming from someone who once enjoyed the show. I didn't think it was the greatest thing on earth, but it was fun, you know? The acting was good, the twists were fun. It was just a fun show before. And now it's a stupid. I will probably make some hardcore fans really mad at me in this video. So, I'm sorry. But just hear me out, okay? Before we get into the main course, here's some little appetizers for you. This is what I thought of all the seasons prior to this one. Just to be clear, it's been a while since I've seen some of these seasons, so I might not be remembering them all correctly. And feel free to let me know your opinions of these seasons in the comments down below, because I know you're going to do that anyway, and I'm probably wrong about something in this video, so please let me know what I'm wrong about. Hey, Elvis, your opinions suck. This is fun. Yeah. Opinion time. No, but for real, it's fine. I think it's fun hearing all these people tell me what they think about a certain thing. Because ultimately, that's why I'm doing this. You know, it's a discussion. If the discussion was me saying something, you replying, and then me never saying anything back. I liked Murder House. I thought it was fun. I love this island. I don't know why. I just remember really liking it. The story, the characters were good, the acting was good, kept me engaged the entire time. I thought Coven was pretty good. I started to get bored about halfway through, but I think it's still a solid season. Freak Show is excellent, at least for like the first 5 episodes. And then it plummets drastically. I'm not sure which episode it is, but once Twisty the Clown died, the season died with him. They introduce a new bad guy, and it's just like, why? You could have just kept Twisty till the end because he was literally the only interesting thing about that season. I guess the writers didn't know that. So Hotel starts out pretty good, but then the third act is extremely boring. And I felt like there were a lot of moments in that season that were just kind of dumb. I'm not sure if this is an unpopular opinion or anything, but I kind of liked Roanoke. I thought it was a clever take on the whole reality show thing. Thought it was pretty good. Cult, I thought, was a little bit too heavy-handed with its politics, and then it becomes super predictable. It's basically the tale of like a modern-day Charles Manson if he had blue hair and he really liked Trump. And as for Apocalypse, wow, the show had its up and downs, you know, but this season went so far down that it went to visit Satan, and I'm not even joking. This season is about Satan. Let me get the one thing that I liked about Apocalypse out of the way. The acting, for the most part, was pretty decent. For the most part, there are some scenes that make me want to drag my teeth across concrete, but, you know, for the most part. I haven't seen this newest season, 1984, yet, but if it's anything like Apocalypse, I just don't care about this show anymore. And it's a damn shame, because they had some pretty creative ideas in the past. Apocalypse is so weird because it comes across like a love letter to all of the American Horror Story fanatics out there. If the letter just had a bunch of references to better seasons and it was covered in shit, then yeah, that's what you get. That's what Apocalypse is. If you haven't seen any of the other seasons, then Apocalypse is definitely not the season to start watching, or to watch at all, in my opinion. But, and it's not even like the Star Wars thing. You know how like The Force Awakens was basically A New Hope, but just a new version for the new generation? Well, Apocalypse didn't really copy any of its previous work. Instead, they take the characters from previous seasons and they try desperately to kind of like piece some of them together in order to form this new season. And it doesn't work at all, because all of the previous seasons, you can watch them by themselves and they'll make sense by themselves. They're all standalone. Yes, some of them have little Easter eggs here and there, being like, oh hey, remember this season? That was a pretty good season. Remember this one? Like the clown doll from Cult. But they never really did like a full crossover until now, and I definitely think they shouldn't have done that. The first episode is called The End, which is kind of ironic because it probably should have ended here. I don't care enough to remember these characters' names, and it's kind of funny because the show doesn't care about these characters either, and they proved that like 3 episodes in, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'll be giving these characters my own names. So it starts with this woman getting a haircut. I'm just gonna call her Barb. That's the shortened version of Barbara. by the way. I just feel like she looks like a Barb. I don't know. And she's getting her haircut done by Dave Fieri. A warning comes up on Barb's phone telling her that there's an inbound missile crisis. Barb says, oh, it's probably just a hoax, but then her dad FaceTimes her and tells her it's real. And when she's talking to her family, she holds her phone out at arm's length, which doesn't look very comfortable. Mom, yeah, okay, yep. She holds her phone like this. Her dad says, your mother and I love you very much. But then this guy comes into frame.
Wish we could be together again. It's too late.
He just kind of came out of nowhere. And he doesn't look very concerned about his imminent death. Instead, he looks like he has a stomach ache. So her dad tells her that there are 4 spots available for them in this underground bunker somewhere. Just in case of a disaster. Thanks, Dad. Giving them all the hurt. Too late for them. And you hear the bomb go off and they die. Barb doesn't really seem to care that her family get eviscerated, which is, I don't know, that's kind of strange. I think most people, like even Hitler, would care if they watch their family get blown up. But not Barb. So then Barb, her assistant, Gay Fieri, and his grandma all go to the airport. You would assume that the airport would be mobbed with people right now, that the traffic would be absolutely insane if people found out that there were bombs heading towards them. Most people would be trying to fly out of there. But they get there just fine, so that's kind of weird. I mean, yeah, they do run into someone. The cracked windshield didn't seem to impede their driving at all. And apparently people are just killing each other on the streets, because that's what people would do. They had like 5 minutes left to live. Barb's random boyfriend was left behind and she has no soul, so she calls him up and she's like, yeah, I'm gonna break up with you. Sorry, let's go. And they all fly away. And then we get this random scene of like these men in black snatching up this guy because he has good genetic makeup for survival, whatever that means. And they know about this because he gave his DNA to an ancestry website. Okay, then I guess that works. And apparently, the men in black could only snatch up 2 people. I'm just gonna call them Jeff and Jess. It seems to me this whole Ancestry.com scheme wasn't all that worth it. You just got 2 people out of it. So they bring Jeff and Jess to this underground bunker where all the other people are. So then they meet this woman named Willavina Menimal. Willavina Menimal? Willavina Menimal.
I'm Willavina Menimal. Welcome.
What is it? Russian? Asgardian? What is it? What a nightmare her life must be when she has to give her name to like a customer service representative somewhere. Hello, my computer isn't working. I'm calling because I need to get it fixed. Yeah, sure. Can I get your name? Yeah, it's Wilhelmina Beneball. What? So this underground bunker is called Outpost 3. It's a bomb shelter that was once a subterranean boys' home. So right away, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. We find out later that was actually warlocks.
To whom we owe our eternal gratitude.
You'd assume that if this whole operation was funded by the 1%, that they would just build their own bomb shelters instead of relying on a random underground tool. But that doesn't matter. Let's keep going. So there's this group called the Cooperative. Basically, it's just a group of the world's elites, the smartest people on Earth and the richest people.
Cooperative is not made up of nations or others. A collection of the greatest minds mankind has to offer.
It's basically just the Illuminati. And they only managed to salvage like 10 people in this outpost. I guess that's all it can hold. I don't know, it looks pretty big to me. Most of whom are narcissistic and stupid, one of which is an elderly woman. I guess these people got in because they could pay for it and it was really expensive. So ultimately what you get is a bunch of really entitled people because they're all rich. And Jeff and Jess. And they don't use electricity in Outpost 3 because technology bad.
Technology is destroy the world. Social media the illusion they were equal. But that's all
Wilhelmina Benamar says that social media tricks people into thinking that they're all equal. And they're not. When in fact, social media does the opposite. Social media gives people a glimpse into the lives of thousands of strangers, a lot of them being very talented and better than you. Social media is very good at making people feel inadequate. not equal. In this outpost, there are 3 levels of hierarchy. The grays, or the worker bees / slaves. The purples, or the nobility. And then there's the cooperative, and they wear black. But they don't call themselves the blacks, because I'm guessing that would not be appropriate. So then Jeff sees the number 666 here. I guess this is foreshadowing the satanic butt bucket that's about to happen in this series.
For $100 million hit, I expect I am Dylan Ramsay in the kitchen cooking us real food.
Finally, some good fucking food.
This cooperative lady, I'm just gonna call her Grumpy, because she almost always plays the grumpy one in this show. The group's sitting down having dinner, and she tells them that there has been a radiation spike in the room that they're chilling in. Whatever the fuck that means.
Radioactive contamination is a grave risk to our entire community.
So she takes Gay Fieri and this other random gay dude, hoses them down, and then kills this random gay guy. And it turns out that she killed him not because he's radioactive, but because she's evil.
How did you manage it? Easy. Set the sensitivity to 10, you can make anyone sound like Chernobyl.
And then we find out later that she's a robot, so why did she kill him? Is it an evil robot? Was this the Terminator? I can understand a human killing another human randomly. You know, they can be crazy. Maybe they have like this lust for power or something. I don't know, but this is a robot. She's just like, I feel like it. Human bad. Turns out that Willie and Grumpy aren't abiding by the rules that the cooperative had set for them. They're just doing their own thing. And apparently Wilhelmina Menemal is power hungry and she doesn't like men and whatever.
I'm just doing my best with the mess men made of things.
So then for shits and giggles or whatever, Wilhelmina Menemal and Grumpy feed stew in a stew to the rest of the group. This random gay guy, yeah, his name was Stu. They cooked him and put him in a stew. I'm guessing just because they're both called Stu. The stew is stew.
I have a weapon and the will to use
They also find these random snakes. They kill them and serve them for dinner, then they come to life again. Ooh, spooky. No explanation why. I'm guessing just because Satan likes snakes for some reason. Snakes make an appearance in this show here and there. I guess wherever Satan's involved, there's snakes. But I don't get why you kill a snake, it will just come back. Maybe Satan doesn't like when snakes die, so he's like, okay, they're alive again. So 18 months pass and they all start bickering about how they're running out of food. But somehow they still have makeup and lip gloss. The cooperative had weird priorities, it looks like. So this random man from the cooperative shows up outside Outpost 3.
I need to speak to Ms. Venable.
In a horse-drawn carriage. That's kind of weird. How are these horses alive? They stated earlier that this nuclear winter came and finished off everything that was alive.
Nuclear winter came, and it finished off anything the bombs had left alive.
They must have kept the horses in another outpost with them. Do they have an underground farm? Look at this dude. Very cute. He even made sure to put some makeup on before going into Outpost 3. You know, you gotta look good for the apocalypse. He kind of looks like a bi-curious, like, rock singer from the 80s or something. He kind of looks like Axl Rose. Not fat Axl Rose, young Axl Rose. He kind of reminds me of the lead singer from The Darkness. The only difference is this guy doesn't believe in a thing called love. His real name is Michael Langdon, so that's kind of boring. I'm just gonna call him The Darkness, because in this show, he's like the spawn of Satan. So Darkness tells the occupants of Outpost 3 that he's there to bring someone back to this place called the Sanctuary.
This one's completely impregnable and stocked with enough supplies to last a decade.
You're here to take us there.
I've been assigned to evaluate the people here and select the ones most worthy of survival.
Because all the other outposts are being overrun, and he's going around trying to find people to save. But how are these outposts getting overrun if there's nothing left on the surface? Then Darkness starts to interview all the occupants. We get to learn about their lives before the apocalypse. But it doesn't matter. Gay Fieri bones some random guy in a leather suit. He has no idea who it is, but I guess he's horny or something. Jeff and Jess sneak into the Darkness's room when he's not there, and they find his laptop. And apparently he's able to send emails to the other people of the cooperative with this laptop underground when there's no electricity after the apocalypse. Okay then, I guess he can control the internet with his wizarding powers. What? Oh, I'm struggling here. Dude, help me out here, writers. Help me out here, please. This scene would have worked so much better if they just found a notebook that he's been writing in, because then it would kind of make sense. And apparently the mysterious man in the leather suit is Spider-Man. Jeff and Jess find out through the Darkness's laptop that Grumpy and Wilhelmina Minimal haven't been following the rules. So then we get a scene of Wilhelmina Minimal and the Darkness talking in a room. The Darkness is like, we know what you're doing. You're not that special, blah, blah, blah. And then we find out she has a fucked up spine.
Part of your cooperation includes a physical examination.
You can read my file.
Your file will show me what I need to see.
Yeah, she has scoliosis. For literally no reason in this show. One of the rules that Grumpy and Wilhelmina Minimal set was no sex under punishment of death. So if you bone someone, they're killing you. Sounds like a great place to spend the rest of your life. So then Jeff and Jess are caught sleeping in the same bed. They did have sex, but Grumpy and Wilhelmina Minimal have no way of knowing this. So I guess they just kind of assumed. Is cuddling against the rules too? If you get killed for cuddling, they don't have any proof. So it's kind of messed up. And they definitely don't have security cameras. So the Darkness is really mean to Gay Fieri. And Gay Fieri thought that the guy in the leather suit was the Darkness. And the Darkness said it wasn't him. Then Gay Fieri finds the guy in the leather suit. They're about to have sex and he thinks it's the Darkness, so he stabs him to death, only to wake up out of nowhere and find out that it's his grandma. But they told us like 100 times that he hates his grandma. And his grandma hates him. They literally hate each other's guts. I mean, yeah, it sucks killing her like this, but who cares? There's no police. You're not going to jail. And she was really old anyway. I guess it's just for like the shock factor. Jess and Jeff are about to be executed for cuddling, but then they fight back. Jeff shoots Grumpy, and that's when we find out that she's a machine. And that's when she finds out that she's a machine as well. Darkness interviews the rest of the occupants. We learn more and more about them and their desires and their flaws. We find out that Barb's random assistant girl with boner hair has superpowers.
Let me go.
Don't be afraid, Mallory. I'm offering you a chance to live.
Let me go!
She's like a witch or something. And then we learn that the Darkness also has superpowers, and it has something to do with Satan. Satan worshiper warrior. The show then tries to make us sympathize with Grumpy the cyborg by showing us her implanted memories of her fake childhood.
I remember all those moments.
But like literally no one cares. No one asks me, but show us anyway, I guess. Remember Barb's boyfriend from the first episode? Yeah, you probably don't. He's back now. Now he looks like this. He survived. This whole time he's been outside, he's just survived.
Look, I'm just trying to find my girlfriend. We got separated back in LA when everything went to hell. I've been on her trail for about a year now.
He's been out there for more than a year. Even though he was in the same area that his girlfriend was in when the blast went off, you could even see the bomb. So I'm pretty sure he would definitely be dead by now.
Apple. Why would the cooperative send a carriage with apples?
And then a box full of apples is delivered to Outpost 3 via another horse-drawn carriage. And there's no driver. It just got there magically. I mean, yeah, the Darkness probably did it with the flash towers, but it's still so dumb. Barb's boyfriend somehow got underneath this carriage and rode it to the destination. I mean, at first I thought he killed the rider, but if he didn't kill the rider, how'd he get underneath the carriage? One of the blacks go outside, he kills one of them and gets inside. I don't know who that person was. Probably one of the guards that Wilhelmina Minimal and Grumpy make up this plan to kill everyone, including the Darkness, by poisoning the apples and holding a Halloween party. All these people will eat the apples and kill themselves.
We will have a Halloween soiree.
And then later on, we're supposed to believe that the Darkness had all this planned out, that he knew that William Grumpy would want to do this, so he had the apples delivered, and then he made them poison everyone.
Did you enjoy executing the poison apples plan as much as I enjoyed coming up with it?
You wanted everyone dead.
I've never been a fan of getting my hands dirty.
It shows him as this, like, demigod almost. He's so powerful that he can do anything to anyone. He can kill witches, like, in an instant. So why would he have any trouble killing these people himself? Was he just, like, trolling them? Was this fun for him? Was he just like, oh, I'm gonna do all this random stuff for fun? Like, I'm gonna use my magic to have apples delivered to this outpost because I know that these two people will poison everyone, instead of just killing them all myself in an instant. Like, why would he go through all the trouble? He's probably just really bored. So Barb's boyfriend infiltrates this party with a mask. Barb thinks that the Darkness, for whatever reason, is room.
Oh my god, Brock! How did you get in here? What happened to your face?
Radioactive fallout?
The guy takes off the mask and he's like, hey, it's me, you dumb bitch. I'm here to kill you. Stab, stab, stab. Now you're dead. So he kills Barb, and then all the other occupants that we spent this entire time learning about die by eating apples. And then Wilhelmina Minimal dies because Darkness forces Grumpy with his superpowers to shoot Wilhelmina Minimal. So then everyone's dead, except for Grumpy 3PO and Darkness. Grumpy and Darkness have this connection because when the Darkness was growing up, his guardian looked like this grumpy robot thing. So he wanted her to live. So then 3 witches from the Coven come out of nowhere and resurrect 3 of the occupants. And the rest of the show, no joke, is about what leads up to this point. They go all the way back in time to Murder House, the first season. Remember when the Satan spawn child was born and he killed someone, and that's when the season ended, and it was like, oh my god, that's so crazy that a child would kill someone. Well, they just had to expand on that, and they did it in the worst way by combining all these different seasons. We find out that Michael Langdon, or the Darkness or whatever, is a Satan spawn, and he did all this evil stuff when he was growing up. He went to this warlock school and they taught him stuff, and then there's this whole thing with the witches from the Coven, and then he becomes the new Supreme because he's super powerful, and the witches are like, oh, but we're more powerful than warlocks. And then the warlocks are like, but not this guy, he's more powerful than you. He's gonna be the new Supreme. No way, he can go through his test. They put him through a test, and now he's the new Supreme. And they slowly find out that he's a Satan spawn. And he does evil things. They don't want to put Satan in that position of power, but they already did, so they're all screwed. And then the show just kind of like fumbles around trying to make sense of what they're doing. Like they even have a callback to Hotel because they have to do something with this random witch that died there. I don't even know why they did that, because she doesn't really serve a purpose in the show, aside from just being there. Like, oh, she's why? Who knows? I guess the Supreme Witch Lady wanted to get as many witches as she could to help fight against the Darkness, but it didn't end up working. The Darkness just, like, goes in and kills them all anyway. So that's a lot of nothing. Now, don't get me wrong. I appreciate that the writers are trying to expand on the lore of the show. And I kind of like that all the seasons take place in the same universe. But they link them up in the worst way. And in a show like this, when every single season can stand alone, when randomly you make a show you have to have watched the previous season to understand this current season, it kind of throws off the whole groove of the show, and it makes it super messy. Because these seasons that were not supposed to make sense together are now randomly supposed to. So then you have these writers trying their best to be like, so this happens to this, and then this happens to this because of this, and then from this season you can take this character and then put it in this, and it becomes a huge shit omelet. They're trying to make an omelet, but they're like, oop, oh shit, who put the poop in the omelet? It was the writers shit in the omelet. I like the idea of using Michael Langdon in this show. I do. I think it's great, but the way that they did it is just awful. They start this show by establishing all these characters, and as someone who has watched the previous seasons, you're getting ready to invest yourself in these characters. You're expecting them to grow and learn things over time. You're expecting things to happen to them over the course of the show. I was expecting to see the Sanctuary. I was expecting to see other outposts. What was the outside world like? That would be kind of cool. You know, what actually did happen, instead of telling us one thing and showing us another. But instead, they introduce these characters, show the apocalypse, and then kill off all the characters, and then go back in time, and then try and get us invested in this new character that comes out of nowhere. I was already interested in what was happening to these other characters, but now they're all dead. So why do I care about this new character? Give me a reason why. Because he did some spooky thing in a room with his face? Oh, we find out he's from a previous season. Oh, now I care. Haha, remember? Remember that one time when that thing happened to this character and this... You can't establish a bunch of characters and then kill them all off 3 episodes later and expect me to be just as invested in the show as I was before. It's not only confusing, because some of these characters have the same actor, and I know that this is a reoccurring thing that happens in American Horror Story. An actor will play multiple roles, and it works most of the time. But now imagine a new season that's combining other seasons when this new season has those same actors and actresses. So now you're pulling other characters that these other actors have already played, and you're dropping them into this new season when they're playing another character. You have Sarah Paulson playing 3 roles. Evan Peters then plays a 4th role later on in the season. And God, it's just so much. These people are good at acting, but the writers are fucking it. They are fucking the series. I just found it so weird that they made it absolutely necessary for you to watch 3 previous seasons in order to understand this new one, when none of the other seasons were like that. That'd be like if Black Mirror made a new episode and they were like, all right, let's take the 2 guys from Striking Vipers and put them in the USS Callister and see how they would survive in the computer world, you know, if they were stuck there forever doing their sex thing. And let's not explain at all where these characters are from. So if you watch this new one and you haven't seen the other ones, you'll be completely confused. It's brilliant. If they absolutely had to introduce all these characters and then kill them off right away, they should have done it in the first episode. They should have introduced them all, had them do all this stuff, don't even bother with their backstories, just have them all die off right away. And then go ahead with your whole witches and warlock shenanigans. Because if you kill them off right away, then you have the viewer being like, whoa, so we're doing that. All these people that you just showed me are dead. Okay, what's gonna happen next? Because then you're not really invested in these characters yet, and it's not that big of a deal, you know, to go to episode 2, get introduced to new characters, and have the story keep going. And then you can kind of like roll back into the first one later on. Don't bother teaching me about the relationship between this gay kid and his self-serving homophobic grandma if you're just gonna kill them both off. And then they randomly put in Stevie Nicks as like this witch that comes out of nowhere and sings a song, and then she leaves for the rest of the show. There was absolutely no reason for her to be in the show, but she is for some reason. And the song is so awkward, and it's not even a good song. And then they do this thing when they're trying to piece together all these different seasons by telling us that Michael Langdon aged 10 years overnight just because he's the spawn of Satan.
Almost as if he was in a hurry to get somewhere, age-wise. You know what I mean?
They don't explain why. It just happens because magic. She wakes up the next morning and he's like a full-grown adult. It's very, very dumb. And it's just a way for them to like piece together the actresses and their ages. And why go through all the effort to try and make this work when it doesn't work? It doesn't work. They even say it perfectly in the show.
If something isn't working, it's best to just cut the cord.
More than half of this entire season is just backstory and exposition and just explaining a bunch of bullshit to the audience to try and connect these previous seasons. It's so dumb. And they included the word douche nozzle in the script. I'm not joking. The word douche nozzle was included in this script.
Just because we have a president who's a total douche nozzle.
Any script with the word douche nozzle in it is automatically a failure. I'm sorry. In episode 9, they send a witch back in time, but they're afraid that she might die. But early in the show, the main witch brought back to life these other witches. So if she died, you could just bring her back. So here's where we get to the meat and the potatoes of the show. How did it happen? somehow able to convince the elites of the world to just send the nukes. Just shoot nukes all over the world. End the world. He convinced them to do this. Because apparently in this illogical universe, all the elites of the world are Satanists. So they all automatically just agree with him. Because he says that he's a spawn of Satan. What? They just agree with him? They're like, oh, okay. And they do this whole thing where Michael Landon meets up with all these Satanist people in this church, this Satanist church, and they all accept that he's the Antichrist. You know, he's the one that's gonna bring about the Antichrist. Just because he has like a scar, like a 666 scar behind his ear.
The mark of the beast.
What? In this day and age, anybody can fake anything. There's no fucking way. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no fucking way that these people would just agree to destroy the world because of this guy. I'm sorry. And it's not like he like burned one of them alive in front of the others or anything. It's not like he forced them to do it. He just kind of shows up and they're like, yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. I don't care. Destroy the world. So the witches end up killing Michael Langdon in the dumbest way possible. So one of the witches shoots him and he dies. But then Satan is like, lol, no, and brings him back. Okay, so he's alive again. So their trump card is to use a spell to bring one of the witches back in time in order to kill Michael Langdon before he becomes super powerful. So she goes back into the past, runs him over with the car, and then he dies. But why didn't Satan bring him back this time? I don't get it. If Satan brought him back before, why didn't he bring him back then, too? He's like the controller of hell. Wouldn't he go to hell? Why wouldn't Satan just be like, I thought what they were going to do, you know, in order to stop Satan from bringing him back, I thought that woman would bring him into the murder house, you know, to trap his soul in there because it's like an evil house, and that way Satan couldn't bring him back. So he'd be trapped in the murder house forever. But she didn't bring him to the house.
Go to hell.
So I guess Satan just doesn't like younger version of Michael Langdon. He likes the older version. The older version is worth bringing back. So they spend this entire show wrapping up loose ends, you know, taking this season and this season and this season and this season and wrapping them together in order to do something with this baby from Murder House. We have to do something with this baby from Murder House for whatever reason. So they do all that. They make this shit show called Apocalypse. And then at the end, in this new reality without Michael Langdon, Satan just has Jeff and Jess make a different Satan spawn. They have a baby, and it's the new Satan spawn. But why though? If it's this easy for Satan to get an Antichrist, why didn't he just make another one? Why doesn't he make 50? Why does it matter who they are, you know? Why does it have to be Jeff and Jess? They seem pretty random to me. What, because they gave their saliva to this website? Is that why? I don't get it. I don't get it. This season was just unbelievably stupid, and that's it, I guess. That's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this video. If I made any mistakes, please make sure to correct me in the comments, because I know that I did somewhere. I always make a mistake. I'm just one guy, okay? I try and watch the show, and I try to absorb it best I can. I write a script and everything, but I'm sure that there's something that I missed. They must have explained something in, like, the fine print. They must have said something that, like, flew right over my head. Who is he? Her brother?
Brother, here with me. Blow it back to hell.
But anyway, that's gonna do it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We just released a new season of Alien Clothing. Season 6. 6-6. Hell yeah, you can get shirts like this. Isn't it cool? I really like this shirt. I think it's pretty cool. And there's a bunch of other shirts over there too. I'm gonna quickly show you guys the trailer for the new season. It's only a minute long, so here you go. much for watching. I really hope that they never try and do this again in American Horror Story. Hopefully the next season is better. Hopefully. And the most bizarre thing is that the reviews for Apocalypse are pretty good. 75% on the tomato meter, 78% audience. I know it's not perfect, but wow, people just don't care if their television is flop spot. Here are some of the amazing reviews. One giant celebration of the series. One moment after the next, giving you chills. Wow, your expectations are staggeringly low. American Horror Story is good for the show's long term. You can say that again, and it's a spit in the face to anyone that hasn't seen the other seasons. Even if the primary pleasures of the project turn out to be based in pure nostalgia, I'm okay with that. Weirdly enough, I really miss loving the show. Okay, I kind of agree with that with you. The humor kills, the cast is king, and Kathy Bates is absolutely slaying. Yeah, that's what makes it so good. The Leo Goth looks. The cast is king. What does that even mean? Alright guys, that will do it. Thank you so much for watching. I'm slowly chugging through watching all of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure for people who know JoJo. The show is long as fuck. But I don't want to make the video until I get all the references in there. If there are any movies or shows or whatever you guys would like me to review, put them in the comment section down below. Go subscribe to Alien Bacon, my new channel with My Naughty Pig, because we're doing daily videos over there. And I know sometimes I put out a video over here. So that's some good filler content, if you will. Go subscribe, please. And thank you so much to all my patrons, because this video is probably demonetized. Thanks, Susan! But you guys are keeping this channel alive, so thank you. Seriously. I'm gonna go pass out now. See you later. Disclaimer, referring to the writers and creators of the Game of Thrones TV series, David Benioff and Amy Weiss, as D&D. Not to be confused with the popular game Dungeons.
All these years. All these years. And this is how you treat me. I've supported you for 8 years, and this is how you repay me. Disgusting. How would Daddy George feel about this, huh? You sit there. Look at how complex I am. Oh, I have all these really cool characters, and anything can happen at any moment. Well, all that's down the fucking toilet.
We have them. Signal locked. The crystal has been shattered,
Let me die.
Solid copy. Infection levels falling.
I love Game of Thrones. I read all the books, watched the show over and over, and I truly believe that the first 4 seasons stand as some of the best television ever produced. Season 6 is when things start to fall apart a little bit, but then Season 7 rolled around and things got really messy, with characters unlocking fast travel and developing very thick plot armor. And then there's some silly scenes. One example is when the Blood Monster's got these massive chains to somehow lift Viserion, who's underneath the water. But for some reason, I still believed in the writers. I still had faith that miraculously they'd come through in the final season, that they'd really buckle down and deliver us something really special. Unfortunately, I was let down. That doesn't mean that there aren't good moments in every single season of Game of Thrones, because there are. And anyone who says that there aren't is lying. But oh my god, the last season is definitely the worst. It seems like they cared more about meeting plot points than making sure that character development and progression felt natural and authentic. I also think it's important to keep in mind that books and television are completely different mediums that require very specific storytelling techniques. There are time constraints and a budget that limits a show like Game of Thrones from achieving what its book counterpart can. I think it would have been a daunting task for anyone to wrap up a show like Game of Thrones. But even saying that, I think D&D dropped the ball completely in Season 8. I think the last 2 seasons having only 7 and 6 episodes reflects the pacing issues. You can't wrap up a story of this scale with so many different pieces at play with 3 to 4 less hours of screen time to work with.
We could have gone to 11, 12, 13 seasons, but I guess they wanted a life. You know, if you've read my novels, you know there was enough material for more seasons. They made certain cuts.
Just admit it, George. Winds of Winter was a troll all along. We all know it.
How do you do
I really like that they showed Sansa and Arya's first viewing of the dragon, and I really like the tone of the episode. The sky is dark and foreboding. Then the lords and ladies sit down and talk. And the meeting hall in Winterfell is insanely dark. You'd assume that they would light the chandeliers. So Tyrion tells the lords of Winterfell that the Lannister army is marching north.
And soon the Lannister army will ride north to join our cause. You serious?
It's hilarious that he believes Cersei to begin with, as if she hasn't been ruthlessly selfish, stubborn, and sociopathic her entire life.
The dead will come north first, and we're dealing with them. We will deal with whatever is left of you.
But a wise man once said that you should never believe a thing simply because you want to believe it.
My armies will not stand down. I will not pull them back to the capital. I will march them north to fight alongside you in the Great War.
That you should never believe a thing simply because you want to believe it.
Dumb cunt.
Tyrion knows her. He's supposed to be the smart guy. In season 2, Tyrion tells Grandmaster Pycelle of a secret plan about marrying off Princess Marcella, but he tells different versions to Varys and Littlefinger to find out which one is informing on him to the queen. Remember the whole, a mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone. Remember in season 2 when he told Varys that he knows how to play the game?
I'm not Ned Stark. I understand how this game is played.
Well, I guess somehow he just forgot. All this wit and intelligence just goes out the window this season. He becomes a complete moron. Even Sansa calls him out for being an idiot, and it's wonderful. It's like D&D are unknowingly self-aware of their own terrible writing.
Tyrion has told everybody that the Lannisters are coming to join the cause, and it's amazing to her that this person she thought was so smart would ever take Cersei at her word on something like that.
I used to think you were the cleverest man alive.
You would knock the clown outfit.
People make mistakes, I get that, and Tyrion has made plenty. I just don't find him misreading his own sister very believable. He knows her better than mostly everyone.
You're a clever man. But you're not half as clever as you think you are.
Still makes me more clever than you.
I will march them north to fight alongside you in the Great War.
Are you sure about that?
How do you know this?
That's what I do. I drink and I know things.
Either you knew Cersei was lying and let me believe others, or you didn't know at all, which makes you either a traitor or a fool.
I was a fool. That you should never believe a thing simply because you want to believe it. I was a fool.
That doesn't make it a goddamn sense.
In the show, Euron comes across as an arrogant, egotistical horn dog, not the ruthless, intimidating, and power-hungry character from the books. It seems like his show rendition just wants to have sex with Cersei. He's only ever talking about sex. It's weird. He mentions sex with Jaime on the beach,
and I fucked the queen.
With Cersei in the throne room.
She gives me no sign of affection.
With Yara on his ship.
But first, I'm gonna fuck the queen.
With Cersei in her bedchamber.
To the fat king.
Like, I get this guy has been out at sea forever and he must be really horny, but maybe make him mention it once? I think once would be just fine. And where is his goddamn eye patch? It would be a great way to distinguish him from the other villains. And he would give him a more pirate-esque vibe, as well as being more faithful to the source material. Then we get a scene of Theon saving Yara. Later on her ship, she says to Theon that she's going to retake the Iron Islands, a place where Euron can't currently defend because he's at King's Landing. She allows Theon to take some men to help defend Winterfell. But strangely, Yara just kind of vanishes until the finale, and she doesn't even try to assist Daenerys during the battle for King's Landing. Remember in season 6 when Yara went up to Dany and Meereen and offered to assist her get the throne in exchange for Yara being Queen of the Iron Islands? Well, that's weird because Yara does very little to help Dany, aside from delivering Theon and like 10 Ironborn.
Some of you may be quick to forgive. The Ironborn are not. I swore to follow Daenerys Targaryen.
I would have liked to have seen just a little bit more of a conclusion to her character, aside from, you know, nothing. Now, I get that the Iron Islands are kind of far away, and she had to sail all the way around, but it takes a while to get from Winterfell all the way down to King's Landing on horse. And considering ships are much faster than horses, I don't see any reason why she couldn't turn around and come back to King's Landing and try and help her. Maybe she didn't know what was going on, but you would assume Varys would have sent a raven to all of the people that could help them. You know, if Dany loses, then Euron is still a threat, right? I don't know, this whole thing's just such a mess. So then Varys foreshadows Dany and Jon's relationship ending by saying nothing lasts. The exchanges between Arya and the Hound, Sansa and Jon, Jon and Dany, Dany and Sam are all pretty decent. Sam learning about his father and brother's death was well done. John Bradley did a pretty good job conveying his emotions in the scene. I like the decision to have Sam tell Jon in the crypt about his real parents. Doesn't seem to me like there's a better place that this could have happened, because in the crypt they can look at the statues of the people that they're talking about. So then there's a scene where Tormund runs into Beric Dondarrion, and Ed says, "Stay back, he's got blue eyes!" Oh my god, it's so dumb. How could he possibly make out Tormund's eye color?
Frankie, ready for evac.
Corridor. And what is that message? Like, that spiral thing? They show it multiple times throughout the show, but it's meaningless, and it's so frustrating. I thought Jaime locking eyes with Bran after all this time was a pretty good way to end the episode, though I doubt he would have immediately recognized it. It's been quite a while. Episode 2 opens up with Jaime being interrogated by Dany. Jaime tells her that since which again is great. Then we get the whole Arya and romance, awkward as hell. I still can't help but see Arya. And it doesn't help that she's like 3 feet tall. She looks like she's 15. So it's just so weird watching this. Then there's the scene when Jaime meets Brienne, which was easily one of, if not my favorite moment from season 8. The moment you see Joy spread across her face because it's her entire life, and to be knighted by Jaime of all people that she loves. It was just really nice to see, especially since we know that Brienne has had a pretty shitty life. Then Podrick randomly becomes a good singer.
High in the halls of the kings who are gone, Jenny was done.
Then we get a scene of Dany and Jon in the crypt. Jon is a complete idiot and decided that it'd be a great idea to tell Dany that he is the rightful heir to the throne, because that totally won't complicate everything if they manage to survive. If he had no desire to sit on the throne anyway, then why on earth would he tell her this? I get that Jon is a man of honor and that he doesn't like lying or keeping secrets, but maybe this once he could keep something to himself. You know how like Ned Stark kept Jon a secret his entire life in order to save his life? Sometimes keeping things to yourself is the right thing to do. But Jon's like a 5-year-old dumbass who's like, "Mommy always told me to tell the truth." Clearly giving Dany this information would only introduce a lot of unwanted tension into their relationship.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Episode 3 is probably the messiest episode of the entire season, and the darkest. And I don't mean tone. Like, the brightness is so low that it's hard to tell what's going on during some of the scenes. The episode starts by panning across our characters awaiting what they all assume is probably their last fight on this planet. Some are scared shitless like Sam, and others stand resolute, ready to give their life for a greater cause. Melisandre comes out of literally nowhere. Like, where was she? So she uses her magic to light up all the Dothraki Erics. It's quite the spectacle, and it's smart, you know, since now they can actually kill some of the undead instead of swinging at them with useless steel. Then the Dothraki charge directly into the void with no plan whatsoever. I guess Dany and Jon were trying to get the Night King to show himself, but how would charging your forces directly at them accomplish this? Aren't these people supposed to be war veterans? They decide to extinguish their entire cavalry without knowing where the dead are or what they're capable of. And in doing this, they supplied the dead with hundreds of more soldiers. It's unbelievable.
We can't beat them in a straight fight.
Did Jon forget about when he barely escaped the undead army? And when he stood there on a boat and watched as the Night King raised all of the dead wildlings? He should know that the plan should be to keep everyone as far away from the dead as possible, and to pick them off as much as possible before initializing hand-to-hand combat. Fighting them face to face should be the last option, and during the meeting that they had in the war room, you see how many soldiers that they predict that the undead have at their disposal. You see the tiny cavalry that they have. Why would they charge them into the abyss and waste valuable soldiers? It doesn't make any sense. It was a cool visual, cool, watching all the flaming Erics get snuffed out, but that's all it was. It's like D&D want all of the Game of Thrones fans to sit and watch these episodes with their minds turned off. Like they want us to be scrolling through Twitter and watching this shit. I mean, yeah, watching all the Dothraki die definitely gives the viewer a sense of despair, but there are ways to go about doing this while also making sense. And if the plan was to lure out the Night King, well, you can't see the guy anyway, so it's not like you can catch him with his pants down with the dragons. Why didn't Jon or Dany use their dragons to light up the place a bit so the Dothraki could see what they're getting themselves into? And why is Ghost charging with them? It's not like he could kill any of them anyway. It would have been much smarter to flank the army of the dead with the cavalry and catch them off guard. They might have actually been able to kill some of them. And at that point, when the cavalry is snuffed out, it'd give an even greater sense of hopelessness to the viewer, because then it'd feel like the battle tactics weren't at fault. It was that the dead were so impossible to defeat that didn't matter what they did. So then we see a total of what appears to be like 10 Dothraki emerge from the darkness, along with Ser Jorah. Now, I'm no war veteran or anything, and I'm not a battle tactician. Why are the trebuchets in front of the foot soldiers? Shouldn't they be behind the army so they can keep using them? And for whatever reason, they stop using them as soon as they see the Dothraki die. There's clearly ammunition available. Keep firing! Are you afraid you're gonna hit some of them? Because I think it's pretty clear that most of them are dead, especially since you saw a bunch of them run back. Then we get this really cool moment. It's horrifying. A wave of dead emerges from the darkness, crashing down and devouring everything in its path. The first time I saw it, I was like, oh my god! All these people are so fucked! And you really had that sinking feeling in your stomach. Like, oh my god, how is anyone gonna make it out of this alive? But of course, everyone has plot armor in this episode. So Grey Worm, Tormund, one-handed useless Jaime, Sam, who's a coward, and Gendry, who has practically no combat experience, the Hound, Podrick, Beric Dondarrion, and Brienne are all on the front lines. And by some miracle, they all make it out of this fight alive. And not just alive, unscathed. It's insulting to the viewer, honestly. At least it looked cool, I guess. And there are moments when these characters get dogpiled by the dead. They're on the ground fending for their lives. But then someone just walks over and swings at them once, and then they all just kind of go away, so that's convenient. If you couldn't see anything before, well now, the Night King has brought a storm into the fray to really blind the audience. It's great. So then Melisandre is escorted by the Unsullied to the trench so she can light it. Why is she moving so slow? This is kind of a dire situation. Put some pep in your step, bitch, damn! And why can't she just hold some wood and light the trench from a distance like she did with the Dothraki Erics? Maybe because there's snow on the trench and that makes it more difficult, so she has to be in direct contact with it? I don't know. Wait a minute, so Jon is sitting right there with his dragon? Why didn't he just, you know, light the trench with the dragon? So then we get a scene of all the women, children, and useless people in the crypt. Kind of a strange place to put them when the person you're fighting against can, you know, raise the dead, but okay. You'd assume that book-smart old Tyrion would think of this. Oh right, he's dumb now. My mistake. Theon and Bran talk for a second in the God's Wood before Bran fucks off and wargs into some ravens to get a better view of the battle. You know, he was getting kind of bored, and Theon didn't help because he was making the situation super awkward with all that small talk. If I was Bran, I'd want to go fly around too. Then there's the scene where Lyanna Mormont rushes the giant with an axe, but instead of just swiping her away like a fly, he grabs her and holds her up to his face and slowly crushes her. Was it going to eat her? Was it curious? I didn't know zombies had that kind of cognitive capability, but I guess you learn something new every day. It was still a pretty cool scene though, and I really like the message that the smallest fighters can bring down the largest opponents if they believe in themselves. Like a David and the Goliath type of thing. Then the dragon starts fighting in midair, and then we get the scene where Arya is sneaking around the library. I kind of liked it. It was a good departure from the non-stop fighting. The Night King uses Viserion to blow a hole through the side of Winterfell. Then Jon and Rhaegal attack him. Through the midair scuffle, the Night King falls off of Viserion. Dany finds him down there and uses Drogon to blast him with fire. But the dragon's flame power is super inconsistent. He's able to stand his ground when other times the dragon fire can literally blow holes in the sides of castles. Maybe the dragon's settings were on slow roast instead of full blast. The Night King lets out a slow lull and strolls up to Winterfell. You know, Daenerys, if fire doesn't work, the dragon can always bite him. Go grab him and fly away with him. Bring him somewhere. That might help your situation. And technically, a dragon tooth is kind of like dragon glass, right? So wouldn't the dragon biting the Night King kill him? So the reason Danny didn't attack him with the dragon is because she was scared away, because conveniently the Night King found one of those spears that he used to kill Viserion on the ground, and he throws it at Danny, but he misses. Now I get that this guy's kind of scary and daunting, but you got a dragon, and he's on the ground, and it's just him. I mean, he missed you with the spear, why don't you go back and try and kill him a second time? From her perspective, it looks like he pulled it out of his ass, so it's hard to blame her. And he pretty much did, let's be fair. And I know that he fell out of the sky with it, but what are the odds that it lands right next to him? What? I like the scene when the Night King raises the dead as Jon races towards him, although Jon surviving this situation is kind of silly, and of course he does. I mean, look at all of them. So then the undead in the crypt start punching through inches of stone with nothing but bone, because that makes sense. Danny swoops down with Drogon and saves Jon, which, alright, fine. Somehow Jon was able to survive long enough for the dragon to come and save him. I guess he was on a killing spree. Jon tells her that he needs to get Bran, but instead of hopping on the dragon, which would be much quicker, he decides to hoof it, even after what he just saw. Cool. Danny starts daydreaming, and the undead start climbing on Drogon, like ants on an anthill. In trying to get the undead off of him, he shakes off Danny by accident. Ser Jorah comes out of nowhere to save her from the dead, because of course Jorah is still outside the castle walls fighting by himself and surviving. Theon and the Ironborn are able to hold off way too many whites with nothing but a couple of bows. I mean, look at how many dead are rushing at him right now. So people are being massacred down the crypt, all except for our plot armored friends, of course. Then a beautiful piece from Ramin Djawadi plays as our brave characters survive way too long as the dead come at them wave after wave. At points, it looks like they're being overrun, but the next second, they're fighting fine again. It's very weird. So remember how undead Viserion blew a hole through Winterfell? Well, he must be out of breath or something, because Jon hides behind a fucking rock to avoid Viserion's dragon fire. What? Is this a joke? I'm surprised the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme didn't play just then. Here, I'll do it for you. Then there's a nice moment between Bran and Theon when Theon realizes that there's no way out. But then it's ruined by Theon recklessly throwing his life away by charging at the Night King instead of standing his ground. And it just comes across silly and awkward. Jon stands up and screams at the dragon. I'm not even joking. Like, what was he doing? Ah, man. Then we get the infamous Arya instant transmission scene. Who knows where she came from? Maybe she was bouncing off the heads of the whites in the distance or something? She was doing it like Mario, you know? Apparently all the undead were so fixated on the Night King that they completely ignored the girl that ran right past them. And just like that, the single most horrifying threat in the world is extinguished because the 100 White Walkers surrounding the Night King didn't have their hearing aids in or something. This victory wasn't only nonsensical, it was extremely shallow. Arya bested the Night King only because D&D needed her to do something special this season. Arya was risking her life, but she wasn't struggling with any internal conflicts. She didn't overcome any fears. The real conflict should be internal, the human heart in conflict with itself. As soon as you strip all that away and make it completely about physical prowess and capability, it loses all of its meaning. Is the Night King mentioned later in the show? Nope. Does his death have consequences later on in the season? Nope. Was there any reason for him to exist? Not really. Why did he have to go himself to kill Bran? Couldn't he just have his minions do it? Surely that would be easier and a lot smarter. Why is the Night King so stupid? So Melisandre exits the castle, removes her necklace that was keeping her alive, and dies. Her life's purpose achieved. Davos looks on as the woman who killed Stannis Baratheon's daughter Shireen dies, allowing him some recompense. Not a bad way to end a very bad episode. Episode 4 starts with the world's most impressive incel finally getting a kiss from the woman he loves. It only cost him his life. Fair trade. Overall, this is a pretty decent funeral scene. I don't think there are nearly enough bodies, though. Jon's voice during his speech sounds a little off. The speech itself is okay, but to me it sounded like he was trying too hard to sound serious. It sounded like he was putting on a voice. Why didn't they just have him talk normally?
Set aside their differences. Are you making your voice deeper?
owes them a debt that can never be repaid.
He just did it again.
This is my voice.
I liked when Dany named Gendry Lord Baratheon of Storm's End, and the rest of the celebration scene is pretty good as well. However, I wasn't aware that there was a Starbucks next to Winterfell. The moment between Gendry and Arya is cute, except somehow they messed up Gendry's surname.
I'm not Gendry Rivers anymore. I'm Gendry Baratheon.
He's Gendry Waters, not Gendry Rivers. Not only is Gendry not from the Riverlands, but he couldn't use the surname Waters to begin with because he's an unacknowledged bastard. So when Gendry forgot his own last name and said, I'm not Gendry Rivers anymore, that doesn't make sense because he was never a legitimized bastard, so he would never be Gendry Rivers or Gendry Waters or any of those surnames. It wasn't until Daenerys Targaryen named him a Baratheon that he was legitimized. The Jaime and Brienne love scene is the most uncomfortable scene in the episode. There is zero sexual chemistry between these two. I mean, there's friendship chemistry, sure, but zero sexual chemistry. It's weird for me to say this, but I'd rather watch him bang his sister. Yeah, I know. It's sick, but you know you feel the same, don't lie. It almost feels like Jaime is banging her as a favor to her, not because he actually wants to. At no point in the show does it ever feel like Jaime likes her in this way. He's impressed by her at some points, but I never felt like he was ever sexually aroused by her. I feel like Tormund has more of a reason to be in bed with Brienne than Jaime.
The big woman's still here?
Then Jon finds out that making out with his aunt is a little weird. Dany tries to convince him to keep his true identity a secret from the world, but he responds by saying that he has to tell Sansa and Arya. Why? What will that accomplish? It's like Jon is incapable of keeping secrets, even if it's the wise decision. Jon is constantly making bad decisions, mainly because he has to live up to this weird moral code that even his father didn't live up to. And even after he learns that his father has been lying to him his entire life, he still, for whatever reason, has to tell everyone about everything that he knows. It's so stupid. Then Dany says that telling Sansa will only make her conspire against Dany to see Jon on the throne, and that she isn't the girl that Jon grew up with. How does Dany recognize this, but Jon doesn't? Dany hardly even knows Sansa. Jon is insufferable. He lacks any sort of foresight or common sense, and D&D make him act this way on purpose, simply so they can move the Adolf Stormborn plot forward. Sansa tells Dany that their forces need time to heal before they can leave Winterfell. Yeah, but like, it takes a month to get to King's Landing from Winterfell. Surely those that can travel can mend on the road, and those that can't travel won't be able to fight anyway. So, but instead of arguing this, Dany's just like, well, I need to go to war now. We need to go to war now. I don't care what happens. I don't care if I have 6 troops. I'm going to war. And I'm gonna get me that throne. Then Jon has Bran tell Arya and Sansa that he's a Targaryen in the Godswood, and he has them both swear to not tell anyone the truth about him. But then that dumb bitch Sansa tells Tyrion anyway. So I guess we have Sansa to thank for all those thousands of deaths. Hail the Queen of the North, the Queen of Death. Then we get the infamous scene where Jon heads south to go to war and doesn't even pet Ghost goodbye. Hilariously, the excuse they use is that it wasn't in the budget, only to bamboozle us and have Jon pet him anyway in the finale. Did they add this scene into the finale at the last second because people were mad? I don't get it. Why didn't they just have him pet him before he left? That seems like something Jon would probably do. Then they fast travel to King's Landing, and Rhaegal gets no-scoped by Euron's fleet. You don't even see some of the arrows fly past first. They somehow have perfect aim with those massive scorpions. They hit something moving thousands of feet in the sky, and then they nearly hit Dany right off a Drogon. Now, I get that they've had a while to build these and practice with them, but come on. How could they possibly replicate hitting a dragon in the sky at that range? They didn't hit Rhaegal once, not twice, but 3 times in succession. It's laughable. One goes straight through its neck, which is like the size of a pin from that distance. Please. Well, by seeing this, we can clearly tell that Dany's dragons are fucked. Completely fucked. And I gotta say, someone better go fetch Rhaegal's corpse from the ocean, because those body parts are probably extremely valuable. But then Dany dive bombs Euron's fleet like an absolute moron after seeing Rhaegal die in an instant.
You dumb bitch.
But this time they somehow miss every shot when the dragon's flying directly at them in a straight line and much closer. Not to mention that Drogon is even larger than Rhaegal. But alright, I guess you just got really lucky before or something. Like when you go to the casino and you win like 5 times in a row, and then lose for the rest of the time you're there. And according to D&D, she forgot that Euron's fleet was even a thing.
Dany kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet and Euron's forces. They certainly haven't forgotten about her.
What? Did they watch their own show? There's a scene of Varys literally telling her about the fleet.
And the Golden Company has arrived in King's Landing, courtesy of the Greyjoy fleet. The balance has grown distressingly even. The Greyjoy fleet, the Greyjoy fleet.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
So then Euron obliterates Dany's fleet of ships, so obviously a bunch of her Unsullied are dead, because there's no way that they could swim in full armor. So this has depleted a lot of her forces, right? Wrong. Look at this scene during the finale. They're all fine. Did all of them manage to swim to shore? How
Seriously.
Survive and you can redeploy. There's a fight kicking off. You're up next, mate. Get ready. You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done here. You're up, soldier. Now go sort this fucker out. Stand by for redeployment.
Cancel that.
Bounty target is down. Well done. Starflight inbound. Stand by for coordinates. Practice your aim while you wait. Taunting your enemy is an effective way to get inside their heads. So is a well-placed stone. Fight's ready. Get ready to fight. You're next. You win this fight always have a go at these bastards while you wait. Give them some choice words or smash their mugs with a well-placed stone. Fight's begun. Get ready to fight. You're next. You win this fight and you return to the front line. But if you lose, you're done. freedom, soldier. Stand by for reinforcements.
Target area's marked. You're cleared hot.
This is Striker 3-1, good copy. Strike inbound. Shots missed.
Drop the contract, it's over.
Location identified. Cancel that.
Time's up. Objective failed.
I need recon on my position.
UAV entering the AO.
Repositioning.
Be advised, UAV is bingo fuel. RTB for resupply.
non-brain dead, like socialists, has essentially changed your mind or moved you towards like a more market-based form of socialism, or a like socialist state in the sense of like how Australia puts it? Because currently, like I think you agree with most of Labour's positions, and they consider themselves socialist and their policy socialist. So I'm just wondering if you're moving towards that.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, if there are left-leaning people that are taking on the old Republican definition of socialism as socialism is when the government does stuff, then I guess, yeah.
And considering you constantly have really, really bad takes on the understanding of Australian politics and stuff, earlier in the AMA you said you understand the Australian ban. I'm just wondering specifically what you meant by that with the media thing.
So my understanding is that Australia made it so that if Facebook wanted to start adding media to their feeds, if they wanted to start adding like other news organizations' headlines and stuff to some of their media feeds, that Facebook was going to have to negotiate positions with those different media companies in order to actually compensate them for that. Originally, Facebook said that they were going to pull out completely, but apparently they reached a deal with a ton of different media organizations to like ensure that they continue to, I guess, serve media to people that are in Australia.
Okay, good point.
Yep, nice try though, motherfucker. Get him out of here.
Okay, Ozfox, you're demodded and you're banned. Goodbye. Okay, Benny had a question about ethical egoism, so let's get you unmuted.
How do you get from like your moral system, which seems to be something along the lines of ethical and descriptive egoism, of course, like social contract theory with humans, to how you're currently acting, like politically, like maybe to give some extra context as to how you're.
Hold on, wait, I didn't understand anything. Wait, can you say that a little bit slower, or not say that a little better?
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm super nervous. So
no,
okay. So the core of my question is, how do you get from like your moral system to, which seems to be something along the lines of ethical egoism or like descriptive egoism, of course, with like the social contract theory with human animals, to how you're currently acting like politically. So maybe to give some extra context, I saw your videos with like these purity testers from online that really try to nail you down on like, hey, you're only doing this for personal like gain, or have some like personal investment, or you're doing this for content or that kind of stuff, right? And yeah, it seemed like that's and they weren't really able to nail you down. You just like the money that you invested and like that you actually care about the people and that kind of stuff. And yeah, to me that seemed really at odds. And from what I've seen from your like moral breakdown, which I'm still waiting for a part 2, by the way, of that video. That was a really good video, but yeah, that seemed to be at odds with moral system breakdown. Does my question make sense? Or
kind of, I guess. So like, I mean like the really fundamental. I guess the example that I always give is that like, if you walk into a room and there's like 5 candy bars on a table and you've got 4 friends with you. I mean, if you walk into a room and you eat all the candy bars, everybody's gonna fucking hate you. So it doesn't seem like you accomplish very much there by being like ultra selfish. And then I kind of like expand that take to like the rest of society, to where like if you want like a truly good society that serves you the best possible way, you probably want most people to be doing pretty well inside of it. Because if everybody is like getting fucked and everybody's poor and everybody's committing crimes, everybody's like lives are horrible, you're probably not gonna have a very good experience in that society. So.
Okay, may I respond or?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
it's not my server.
Okay. So like, I want to bring you back to like some arguments that you made against veganism, which would really apply like, hey, this, like you can do something, but it will be like a very small impact on like the grand scheme of like environmental change. Maybe this is even like a bigger change. Wouldn't you be able to say like, especially what you're currently doing, suffers the same consequence? Do you know the argument that I'm referring to?
Wait,
the environmental argument.
Or what? That like we should push for veganism for environmental reasons?
Yeah, like your argument often against is something along the lines of like, no, like one person doesn't have like a huge impact on the society, right?
Or yeah, like I wouldn't like call on one person to make like some huge sacrifice. Or if somebody thought it was a huge sacrifice, I wouldn't call on one person to make that unless they were like legally obligated to you. Or if it wasn't going to accomplish like directly like some like big direct end.
Is this not really what you're doing currently with like your political action? You're
What do you mean?
You're asking people for like huge investments for maybe like political change, like that for like some small political change, like the five candy bars example.
Well, I think that for like, so for instance, for like what I did in Omaha, I think that would have been a pretty big political change for my city. Like having a progressive mayor in, I think would be a pretty big thing, no?
Oh yeah, of course. Like it would be a pretty big environmental change if everyone went vegan or were able to like do that, right? But
if everybody went vegan, yeah.
Yeah, but like the analogy that I'm trying to compare is, on the one hand, you're saying you shouldn't be like I'm not a vegan, but I was interested in this. Is like you seem to be on the one hand saying like, hey, veganism, if you like personally do like a small bit for this, then I don't think you're morally required to. But now you say like, oh yeah, well, if you have a lot of money, then you're like morally responsible for like investing this and like in change or something like that.
So so are you saying that I should be pushing like all of my fans to be vegan or whatever?
Oh no! I'm saying it doesn't. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to be more articulate. I'm getting confused. So
it's okay, Benny. I think we might have to move to another question unless you can say it super quickly.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, like the core of my question: how do you get from ethical egoism to like political change?
Well, I guess I feel like I answered that at the beginning. Did I? Or like I feel like for you want to push to make the world a better place, probably. So, I mean, like you should be pushing to make the world a better place. But I don't think that necessarily commits you like you should be advocating for political change, but I don't think that means you have to like volunteer all of your free time for like political campaigns or something, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Ariane had a question with a very innocent name, hopefully. So I think you're unmuted, are you?
Yeah, don't worry, it's innocent. That's kind of annoying. I'm coming off the back of that, dude. But
I was kidding.
Hey, no. Trigger warning to your chat, Destiny. This question includes veganism. So basically, I'm thinking when you respond to like questions about veganism, and you say you only do it when it's enforced by the state, and you compare this to mandatory voting. How do you think these laws enforcing veganism will come about if large swaths of the population, including you, don't go vegan first? Like how like vegan policy is going to be imposed if like less than 5% of the population are vegan?
I don't know. I mean, I eat a vegan meal every single day, which is more than most people can say. But I mean, I don't know. You slowly advocate for the political change, and hopefully it happens over time. I mean, maybe it never will, but I'm not going to take the risk of going vegan for my entire life and it not becoming law.
Can I respond to that?
Go.
Yeah.
Just, I'm confused at like, how do you think any sort of moral progress is ever going to come about if people aren't willing to make a sacrifice for themselves?
I don't know. I guess it depends on the type of progress we're talking about. But I mean, I have to make like part of a. I don't have a sacrifice. I eat a vegan meal every day. Right? That's my contribution.
Okay, sure.
Was there any kind of conversation or debate you had online that convinced you to be vegan?
I'm not vegan.
Well, to eat vegan.
No, I mean, drink a Soylent in the morning. Yeah, I got my Soylent bottles. I drink one in the morning. It's easy meal, easy breakfast.
Soylent's actually delicious, so I agree with that one.
Nice.
Asa was asking, what do you say to people that say appealing to scientists in regards to scientific matters is an appeal to authority?
An appeal to authority isn't a bad thing. There's something called a fallacious appeal to authority is a bad thing. So, for instance, if you're appealing to an authority that is an authority in another area, that can be considered a bad thing. Or if you're appealing to an authority, but not actually addressing the individual criticism, like saying they're right just because of who they are, then that's a bad thing as well. But just like saying that like this person is an authority figure, so we should listen to them, that's not in and of itself a fallacy.
Cool. Beholder, you have a question about your favorite topic, utilitarianism, so feel free to ask.
Alright, hey Destiny, I'm actually, to be honest, I'm a little bit confused because somebody earlier said that you were like an egoist / social contract theorist, like a Hobbesian or something. But like what I've read online, I apologize because I don't watch your stream, so I might be wrong, but it seems like you're really utilitarian.
Sure. Yes.
Oh, great. My question then is basically, a common utilitarian argument comes from the economic principle of, diminishing marginal utility, right? So it seems that a lot, say most goods, exhibit this, and I think it provides a strong instrumental reason for utilitarians to care about the quality of distributing goods. So I guess to illustrate, right? Imagine I had 2 people, right? And I have 50 cookies. If I give one person 1 cookie and another person 49 cookies, and let's say that the utility that they gain from cookies, right, is going to be like the square root of the number of cookies, because that means that utility increases with the number of cookies you get, but it also diminishes, right, marginally, right? So person A, right, has 1 cookie, they have 1 util, and person B has 49 cookies, they have 7 utils, right? Now, in another scenario, I have these 2 people, but I give them both 25 cookies. So the amount of cookies are conserved, right? We have 50 cookies in both scenarios. But in scenario 2, both people have 5 utils, which adds up to 10 utils versus the 8 utils in the previous scenario. Now, the reason why I illustrate this is because I think it leads to a conclusion, right? That is, utilitarians should advocate for wealth equality. And I'm wondering if you agree with that.
Yeah, I believe in marginal utility, of course, and I think distribution should probably take that into account. That's why I'm in favor of like a progressive tax system, for instance.
Alright, then I guess my follow-up is, because I think you're a liberal, right? So why wouldn't you just advocate for like a way for, I guess, a collective to just democratically redistribute, right? Without all the bureaucratic, I guess, institutions that prevent this from happening. Because surely, right?
What does democratically redistribute mean? What does that mean?
Simply like, here, I'll give another example, right? So like, at this very moment...
Just tell me what you mean by that. Another example. What do you mean by that exactly?
Okay, I'll try to say it, right? So basically, people could just literally like vote, right, to redistribute wealth, however they see fit, right? This might be facilitated by technology or something, right? This might be institutional, but the idea is people's preferences, right, are going to be represented the most. It's like at the moment, right?
Are you talking about like just like expropriating everybody's stuff? Like how do you do that? What does that look like in practice?
Well, the idea is like, I would appeal to like something like communalism, right? So like you might have people who elect representatives, right? Who are tasked with representing their preferences the best, right?
Yeah, well, I'm in terms of what we have right now, like what is the next step? Like, or I'm just trying to figure out like what this looks like in practice.
Well, at the moment, I don't think it's possible, right? I'm just saying, like, in theory, right? Do you think socialism would be a better solution, right, for wealth equality than the liberal system we have now?
I mean, if it worked, sure. I mean, in theory, it sounds great. In practice, it doesn't seem to be very possible to do that. I don't know how anything in society works at that point. And if everything kind of falls apart and your overall productivity and everything completely declines, then it seems like whatever small gains you might make by distributing property or whatever is not going to matter at the end of the day.
So,
Beholder, I'm going to have to cut you off now. We'll have to move on. I'm sorry. Thanks for your question, though. Okay, Wizard. You had a question also about philosophy, Dusty's favorite subject.
Yep.
About determinism. Wizard, you're unmuted.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Destiny. Thanks for doing the AMA. I had a question about your view on hardline determinism.
Okay.
What do you think the moral implications of hardline determinism are?
We should probably understand that people are products of their environments, and then work to shape environments in ways that make better people, rather than just pretending that everybody has like some ultimate control over their life, like irrespective of where they come from.
Gotcha. How do you reconcile that view with the illusion of choice that we experience?
I think within the context of day-to-day life, we just don't worry about it. You just don't think about it. It doesn't really make much sense for us to think about it, I don't think.
All right. Yeah, that's it. Well, thank you.
Java Bolt was asking, do you think it should be illegal to perform circumcision on minors?
I think so, yes.
Have you always thought so, or was it something that you got kind of pilled on, like, later on?
I probably developed it somewhere in my 20s, I guess. I don't know when exactly, but I think out there.
Okay. Mars Bars had a question about cognitism, so let's unmute him.
Yeah, so Destiny, are you a non-cognitivist, error theorist? Why or why not?
I don't know, man. Every time I give it a definition, one of these people will email me and say, well, actually, you're this or this. I don't think I know enough about philosophy to say. I mean, I would probably say that I'm a non-cognitivist because I feel like moral statements don't like translate to any direct truth value. It seems like you're more just expressing an emotion, or a psychological state. Like, oh, like murder bad means I don't like murder, or like murder boo or whatever. But so yeah, so that would whatever position that is.
Yeah, non-cog, super biz.
Thanks.
Yeah, so there's a rumor going around that you and Eris have dated in the past, Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
Does you coming on CC confirm that you and Eris are getting back together?
Wait, is this a meme or?
No, I'm dead serious.
Wait, you sound like you're laughing.
No, that was me. I'm sorry.
What?
Okay, no, I am memeing. But there is actually a rumor going around that you and Eris have dated. So.
Okay, I can't tell because my ex-girlfriend of like 6 or 7 years, and she's currently a close friend of mine. Her name is Eris. So if you've heard a rumor like that, I can see
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that's where the confusion lay.
Gotcha.
Okay. So let's move on to another question. Rowdy, Psycho Trout had a question. Let's unmute you.
So basically my question was, have you ever read any of the Francophone philosophers? Like, I recently read Frantz Fanon's White Mask, Black Skin, and it was talking about like Northern Africans when they tried to migrate to places like France, and there's like this social standard that the French had, like you're not a true Frenchman because you can't like pronounce like French the right way, and it kind of translated to how like African Americans are treated somewhat in the South, where they're told not to use like African American vernacular English in classrooms and stuff like that. But have you ever touched on like any stuff like that, or Jean-Paul Sartre, where the term bad faith comes from?
Nope.
Okay, and then the other question real quick was, do you have any interest in DMT? Because you're kind of dabbling in psychonautics a little bit. I see that you somewhat or seem to enjoy altered states of consciousness and thinking, and like, you know, piecing things together or boiling them down to like the rudimentary pieces. I watch it a lot, so.
Yeah, I mean, at some point I hope to try it. I just haven't had the chance to yet.
Okay, I'm in your Discord.
Okay.
Later.
All right.
Ford had a question about canvassing. I unmuted you, Ford.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was in Georgia with your group a couple weekends during the Senate race. So based on your recent experiences in this arena, do you have any like new or updated ideas on the most effective ways that somebody like with a platform like yourself can translate that political power into the real world without, let's say, unfortunate outcomes?
I mean, I guess it depends on like who you're going to be advocating for, and then like what your history and everything is. But I still think canvassing is probably one of the most direct action things that you can do. Like, I think any type of political action you can do that involves getting people to actually show up and do things is going to be incredibly effective, because that's just so difficult to do in the real world. I think streamers are uniquely positioned to activate audiences like that, because the social relationship is so much stronger than in other forms of media. Like, you spend so much more time watching a streamer than you would like a YouTuber or a traditional media figure. Yeah, I think anything that like is that type of direct action.
Alright, cool. Thank you, man. Keep it up. I'm excited to see what you do in the future.
Well, that brings up another question, right? Like, because recently there was like a whole, I guess, issue associated with some guy, like, I think that you were canvassing with, getting in trouble for being associated with you. Streamers, by nature, because you're streaming all the time, you're just more likely to say things that are, you know, either you regret or just things that are like controversial or cancelable. So like, yeah, what are your thoughts like on that issue?
I mean, it's going to come down to depending on who you support and depending on like the issue that you're running for. I mean, like, I'm sure there are like ways to like mitigate like things you've said online. So for instance, like if you're canvassing for like larger figures, you're likely to be kind of a little bit more likely to be lost in the noise, so people won't focus on you as much. If you have a less direct relationship with those figures, then people are less likely to criticize the figures themselves. Or if you're canvassing for like ballot initiatives or something, it's kind of hard to associate a person with a ballot initiative and say, well, this initiative is bad because this person's going to do something. I mean, like, there are ways to work around it.
Yeah, then that's actually a good point about the ballot. Ali had a question about neopronouns in DC. I think you wanted to.
Hey, so I was wondering what your views on neopronouns were. And if someone asked you to use neopronouns, like, would you?
I'd probably just use they, them.
Okay.
I don't understand how, or maybe there's some theory that I need to reiterate, but I don't think neopronoun just sounds like a proper noun. Like, I mean, grammatically it's used a little bit differently, but the idea of having unique pronouns when pronouns exist almost explicitly to not be unique is just very strange. It like defies a lot of our kind of grammar rules. You have the right to have a name for yourself. You have the right to identify with whatever gender you wish, but the right to like start inserting like other types of pronouns just gets like very weird. I don't know. I think it breaks down language conventions a little bit too much. Maybe in the future I'd be open to changing my opinion on that, but right now it seems to be a little bit not a very base name.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yep.
Virtual Reality had a question about COVID vaccines. I don't see him there actually, unless I'm like insane. Yeah, I can't see him here. I'll just ask it. Oh, and it's been deleted.
Damn.
Okay, mods, if you can only delete the questions once I ask them. Alright, we will move on to Brandon. Why does Destiny claim to be a capitalist but advocates for government control on heavy intervention into certain industries?
Because there's absolutely nothing contradictory about either of those positions. I don't know why anybody would think so.
I mean, why do you think it's non-contradictory?
Because it's not. Because anybody, even Milton Friedman, would recognize that capitalism needs restrictions in certain parts. So there are certain things that won't be accounted for by market forces, and you have to use the government to account for those things.
So Sparkler had a question. Since defund the police doesn't pull super well, do you know of any better alternative optically and or functionally?
I really liked the 8 can't wait policy list, but I guess that wasn't virtue signaling enough for a lot of hard lefties, so they didn't really care much about it. But I thought that was like a really cool initiative. I supported that.
Cool. Tadagoosh asked, what are your thoughts in regards to the political success of Nick Fuentes and the America First movement?
Hopefully lefties take notice and start organizing more in real life rather than committing themselves to Twitter activism.
CGI, you had a question, so I'm going to unmute you.
So I have one question with a follow-up into that question, both can answer. So, how do you feel about a lot of people from other countries that may have some type of monoculture use them saying they want to quote-unquote preserve their culture and use as justification to actually restrict immigration from other cultures that they may not deem compatible with their own culture? This is an example of places like Poland, for example. And going into that, how do you feel this type of thought process will be applicable to the United States, where we don't necessarily have a monoculture or some unified culture?
So I think it's dumb, but I don't care about what other countries do with their policies. Like, that's on them. If Poland wants to preserve its whatever culture, then that's, I mean, knock yourselves out. I don't care. For the United States, I mean, I think it's a really negative way into the future. I think it's a very, like, backwards looking way to run a country. So, I mean, I'd be opposed to that for the United States.
Okay, and I just had a quick follow-up. It actually went to what Eris was saying and followed in my mind. We do understand that things can be taken out of context, and especially when you're a streamer, especially your value and height on the Twitch sphere and other media. So going into the thing that happened where your words were taken out of context from old clips and such, me personally being a supporter of yours and being African American, I wanted to know what was the context of that quote that they posted. And two, this goes into another thing that you had discussion with some people on your stream a few days ago. You talked about how you believe that people that go to Black Lives Matter protests are mostly not African American for the most part. How do you feel that those people that aren't African American necessarily can actually be allies or support certain efforts for Black people in America?
The one, if it's the one clip I think you're referring to, wasn't it just me explaining why I like certain words are harmful, certain consequences? I think it was.
I think I don't know if I recall correctly that something happened. I guess with you just saying the N word, I guess, but I didn't know the context.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the context. Like when you say certain words in certain contexts, whether they're bad or whatever. Certain words are bad. So that, I mean, that was that. The second question, I think that it's fine. If white people want to protest along with like Black Lives Matter, it's fine. They probably should. I just think it's a little bit inappropriate to protest with those groups and then go and start like vandalizing and rioting and stuff. Because it feels like you're ultimately bringing more harm on those communities by doing something like that.
Okay, well, thanks for the answers. Keep doing everything you're doing, and I hope to see you later on the show.
Dev had a question about debating. You're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I recall you once saying that debating isn't to change the mind of the person that you're talking to, rather the audience watching. What do you recommend to people that want to change the views of the other person, not necessarily the audience? And do you think people can necessarily like change their mind on a belief they have?
They can, but you have to be like friendly with them, and it has to take place over like a long period of time. That's going to be really, really, really hard to do, and it has to be like a very personal relationship to do that, I think. Like it's outside of the bounds of like conversational stuff. Like at that point, it's more like relationship, like interpersonal stuff, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Maymay's had a question about leftist YouTubers.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. It wasn't pinned. That's why I was a bit confused. What was it? Do you think leftist YouTubers in the future could have an effect on the American political landscape?
Yeah, probably. There's a lot of Americans that are fans of a lot of leftist YouTubers, right? So like Sean and Jen and H-Bomber Guy and people like this probably influence some Americans that watch their stuff, I would imagine.
Yeah, and especially as like the Zoomers become older, I guess, people are more likely to be able to vote. So.
Do you have any favorites, like among the leftist YouTubers that have come along?
Destiny might not like me or Destiny.
Oh, I was asking Destiny, but you can answer too.
Oh no, it's fine.
I don't know. Vosh is probably one of the better ones. Past that, I don't know. It gets really dark down there in YouTuber land. I like Natalie a lot, but I don't even know if people consider her a lefty now, since she's kind of like doesn't seem to be a big socialist.
Yeah, she's getting her canceled. Do you think that she's being treated like unfairly by the left in general?
I just don't really think about terms of like fair and unfair. It's not something that makes sorry. If you want to ask me that, you have to ask me like with respect to like a certain value system. Like, so are bread tubers treating her in a way that they should, that's consistent with their beliefs? I mean, yeah, they seem to be taking like a hardcore socialist bend. So in that case, like, yeah, they should be canceled. Do I think they should be taking that, or do I think that's a effective? No, but I mean, like, it's hard. I never evaluate things like, is this fair or not, unless we're literally doing like criminal justice or something.
Well, I guess the criticisms I've heard about her is that she's transmedalist or said things that were like
I don't think
transphobic
she's
towards
any of those
like
things.
non-binary people.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
But I mean, I've heard the same criticisms labeled at like a lot of people. Like I've heard a few people say that about you as well. But yeah, like why do people like as well? Like there's certain elements of the trans community that think you're transphobic.
The online trans community is very online and very white and very fucking insane. I don't know why that has become like the new like militant like battleground community. The online trans community and the sex worker community it feels like it's starting to get there too. Although maybe that won't get as extreme. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is or why it is that way. But
Yeah. Speaking of gender, this guy said, "What's your opinions on the abolition of gender?"
my opinions on the abolition of gender. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like it'd be based, but I don't know if society can handle it. I don't know if ultimately it would be beneficial for society. It's really hard to think. What do you think about the abolition of capitalism? Like, it'd be cool, I guess, if we could do it and we had something that worked in its place. But I just don't know if it's possible.
All right. Prosper asked, what's your advice to people who want to make it on Twitch, as in like make a living off of it?
You need to have a consistent schedule. You need to offer something that nobody else offers. Like there needs to be some reason that people are going to watch you over anybody else. And then you also need to hit like your bare minimum threshold of like what do you need in order to be considered like a competent streamer. So like your audio and your video stuff has to be like the bare minimum threshold of what it needs.
Okay. Is there any no-nos that you should never do, or?
I mean, like obviously, like don't break any huge rules. Don't stream at wildly inconsistent times. Don't vary your content over and over again. I mean, like, there's some basic things, right?
Cool. Alpha Chad had a question. You're unmuted, Alpha.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, I was going to ask, what do you think is the best way to battle disinformation?
I have no idea. If I knew the answer to that, I'd be doing it more. I just like to read articles and do research stuff, but it's really hard because it's very boring. It's not very entertaining. And then I guess arguing or debating people. But it seems like some of the biggest spreaders of misinformation have learned that they are, so they like refuse to have conversations with other people. So they just like stick in their kind of echo chamber and they spread the misinformation. So yeah, I don't know. It's a really, really rough one.
Fair enough. Thank you.
It seems that your stance on nature versus nurture is that essentially that there's a feedback between nature and nurture where one influences the other.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if that holds up. It seems like it kind of sidesteps the whole discussion of nature versus nurture, and that essentially you're saying at the end of the day, nature is just influenced by nurture. Are there any intrinsic things to being human that you believe kind of fall outside of that feedback loop? If that makes sense. Let's say people are necessarily born, like let's say to a mother. Does that mean that is part of being human, and you can't really nature or nurture your way out of that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so like, I mean, the nature-nurture distinction is real, just not as real as people like to pretend it is all I try to like stress to people. I mean, like, there are some things that are like highly influenced by our genetics, but I think that like viewing this as like an ultra-hard dichotomy of like this is nature and this is nurture, I think kind of misses broadly like what's actually going on, I guess is basically what I was saying.
But you will concede that there are, in fact, strictly, sorry, I'm driving right now. There are strictly things that are only fall in the nurture. Like let's say, born into like a community, right? Like being human, you have to, you can't really get around that, you know?
Wait, you
like
can't get around what?
You can't get around the, okay, so the problem is you say genes are influenced by your environment, and solely by your environment.
Well, genes
What
have to
I'm
express
saying
themselves
is-
in environment, yeah.
Right. What I'm saying is there has to be something that falls outside of that, or else the whole nature versus nurture isn't really a nature versus nurture. It's just a nature and nurture.
Well, yeah, that's what I would say. I would say it's a nature and nurture. Yeah.
Okay, so there are,
Oh.
you can see a distinction between nature and nurture, is what I'm saying.
I mean, like, there is a distinction, yeah, I just don't think the distinction is as strict as a lot of people like to make it out to be. I think that's what I was saying, yeah.
Okay. Alright, that seems fair.
Okay.
Okay. There was a question I highlighted, but I totally lost it right now. Okay, we'll move on to another question. Okay, virtualizing reality had a question about vaccines, though I can't find him in the list, so I'll ask him for it. Do you think that COVID vaccines could potentially be harmful in like 10 years?
I mean, everything can potentially be harmful, right?
So would you recommend people get vaccinated?
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get vaccinated.
Cool. You had a question about minimum wage?
Oh, hi Destiny, hi Ash, hi chat. So I guess my question was kind of surrounding the discourse around the minimum wage hike. I feel like a lot of it has been like it has to be all or nothing. Progressives want to raise it from $7.25 to $15, but centrist Democrats and the GOP seem to be kind of obstructing that. What are your thoughts around that?
The political will is not there for 15 an hour. The seats aren't there for it. It should probably be like $11 or $12 an hour would be a more realistic push. I don't know why people are pushing for 15. It's not going to happen with the current composition of our government.
Yeah, but I feel like that hasn't been a thing that has been put out there. Like, I think there hasn't been much discourse around raising it to like 11 or putting extra taxes on like Amazon if they don't raise it to 15.
Well, I think didn't Amazon already raise it to 15? And then I think Manchin supports 11 an hour, I think.
Yeah,
but we don't talk about it much because people are just obsessed with 15 an hour. They don't want to talk about anything else publicly. It's just no one.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Alright, Timber had a question about other content creators and principles.
So I've heard you in the past say things like complain at least about people or content creators not following or being consistent with their principles. And I think, to me, that seems to presuppose two things. One, that people generally have principles, or these people have principles. And two, that, that you sort of, it's better to sort of use principle to decide, to decide what's right and wrong, than to not use principles. And so my question is, like, why think that the judging of good and bad is really any different than judging things than the way we judge things in different domains like comedy, right? So when we sort of look at jokes, we don't appeal to sort of principles to say why a joke is funny. And in parallel, like, why should we appeal to principles to say whether this action is good or bad, right? It seems like we can sort of judge it based on the particulars of the case, just like we do in all these other domains. So I was just wondering, like, why you think people should use principles when I don't really see why morality is really fundamentally different than, let's say, other things like comedy.
I think principles are important because they give us a guide to see how a person will act in the future. It says something about the predictability of a person. That's the thing that I'm most concerned with. So if you've got a certain principle that you're committed to, and then that principle commits you to an action that we would say is good for society, and you follow that principle consistently, or at least you try to, then we say that this person will generally like act in a good way. And I think that that's important to be able to make those statements.
Well, it seems like you're just saying that you would prefer it if people acted with principles because, I don't know, for something that benefits you. That just seems to be what you're saying.
Well, you would want everybody to act in a way that makes them slightly predictable, right? Otherwise, things would be chaos, no?
Well, I mean, it seems like one could make a very plausible case that the way we actually judge right and wrong currently is not by appealing to principles, right? In fact, if we look at, like, various ethical dilemmas, I think a good case could be made that we sort of immediately know whether it's right or wrong, right?
Wait,
It's
what's like an
dilemma.
example of that? I'm curious.
So, for example, let's take like a trolley problem. I think a lot of people, or let's take like one of those utilitarian cases. Like, would you sell, harvest these organs to sell to various people? I think you could say, there's immediately, we might say, okay, there's something sort of wrong here, but it's only when you, for them to like forcibly take your organs, but it's only gets tricky when somebody comes in and says, hey, no, but like, look, what's the principle you're using, right? So is it going to be maximizing like well-being, right? Or is it going to be something like that? I don't think we really appeal to those when we actually judge whether something's.
I agree that we don't appeal to them, but we probably should. It would probably do us really well to try to understand those underlying principles, and then it helps us make better decisions in the future. No?
Well, you're just saying that you think that. I mean, why? First of all, I guess it's not really clear to me why that's the case.
Why? What's
you just said that it's better to use principles.
Well, because I want people to make consistent decisions in the future. Otherwise, it's just chaos.
Yeah, but why think that? But first of all, why think that? Given that you think it's chaos now, given if most people don't actually appeal to principles, well, I mean, it certainly doesn't seem like the world is just like chaotic.
I mean, in some ways, I would say the world is very chaotic. I live in Los Angeles. It's a very wealthy area, and I've got a lot of money, and a lot of people here have a lot of money, but if I drive down almost any intersection or any interstate underpass, there's like tents full of homeless people. I mean, I think that's pretty chaotic. I think there's a lot of things in our society that are like pretty like what the fuck when you look at them, and it seems like there's a lot of issues that we have, like why don't we have healthcare in the United States, or I think that there's a lot of chaos in society today. I mean, like, it's relatively peaceful, I would say, compared to most points in human history, for sure. I would agree with that. But to say that, like, oh, well, we've achieved, like, some level of non-chaos, I don't know if I would agree with that.
I mean, I don't know, it seems weird to think that, like, one, our society is, like, in sort of chaos, and two, it's due to the fact that people, let's say, don't actually explicitly, or at least use like principles, right, to determine what's right. So, yeah, I mean, I can understand maybe you have this like pragmatic concern, but that's all it seems to me, just some sort of pragmatic concern, which hasn't really been borne out. So,
okay, I mean, sorry, God.
You can have the last word, but after that, we'll move on to another question.
Yeah, I guess I would hope that people that develop like a consistent foundation of principles and then act consistently from them are more predictable people and get us to better answers for moral problems or moral dilemmas than people that just are intuitively trying to figure it out from problem to problem to problem. It feels like we run into a lot of weird areas.
Okay.
Hey, Dusty, my question for you is that if the U.S. elected the president and vice president from opposing parties, where the candidate that loses takes the vice president seat of the candidate that got the majority, do you think that our government would operate better and potentially lessen the political divide that we currently have?
I don't know. I don't know if the result of our political divide right now is a result of our government structure or just the people. I don't think the structure can change much to help that political divide, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Latex Frog asks, Destiny, plenty of left-wing Twitch voices will openly denigrate cancel culture, yet consistently dismiss arguments for being unpalatable rather than untrue. How do you think we can get more parciatistic, I don't even know how to pronounce that, voices through the wall of cancel culture?
I don't know. It's a really huge problem in society that everybody is looking to solve right now. If I had a good answer for that, I would be doing it. I mean, like, all you can do is kind of push the culture. So don't participate in cancel culture. Shame your friends if they do it, like stuff like that.
Do you think that there is like anyone who does deserve to get canceled or any actions?
I think that quote unquote getting canceled, if you've done something that you haven't like atoned for, or that have like severely fucked with other people that you haven't like atoned for, or if you're still doing it, I think that those are two things that are a really big deal. Like, so if somebody is committing bad actions now and they're doing it like continually, and then going forward into the future they're doing it, then that's something that like we should be looking at. And then if you've done like really fucky shit in the past that like never came to light and nobody knew about it, and you probably shouldn't be involved in a certain industry because of it, then that's also something that we should be dealing with.
Star Clyde had a question about musical topics. You're unmuted.
Hi.
Appreciate your work, Destiny. Thanks for taking my question.
Cool.
Yeah. So sorry to derail the philosophy and politics, but you sometimes dip into musical topics on stream, having studied music in college, and you organize a fantastic composition challenge regularly. I was wondering if you would be interested in doing more of a music theory deep dive, and if you were, do you think your viewers would be receptive to that kind of thing?
I think it would be very, very, very boring. There's a lot of groundwork I think that you have to cover before you can get into anything related to theory. So I don't think most people would enjoy it, unfortunately.
Fair enough. All right, thank you.
There's actually been, and it's interesting that you brought up music theory because there's been like a new topic that's been talked about from music theorists that music theory is mostly like this kind of white colonial technique. And so a lot of, I guess, more progressive university like music departments are trying to incorporate other cultures like styles of music notation and stuff in it. Do you agree with that criticism, or do you think that's taking things too far?
Our understanding of music theory is very, very, very Eurocentric. Anybody that's studied that has to acknowledge that, or they flunked composition or whatever. Like, you have to know that. That being said, like, I don't think we throw out like Schenkerian analysis just because Schenkerian himself might have been like a crazy dude or a racist guy or whatever. We would lose like basically every philosopher we'd have to throw out if we were getting rid of like racist people. I think it's really good to incorporate other aspects of theory from other cultures into our understanding of music theory. And anybody that studied music should just agree with that, just because like it enriches your own musical vocabulary and it gives you a better understanding of like the things that you appreciate. So whether it's through other tempered systems, like people that don't use like our 12-tone scale, whether it's through other ways of like organizing music, I think it's good to study all these things. It gives you like a better appreciation for your own art, and then it helps you like diversify and understand other people's ways of interpreting and hearing and performing music as well. I think all of that's really good.
May I hop in on that for a quick moment?
Yeah, of course.
Sure. So I just wanted to say that I 100% agree with everything you just said. Recently, it seems that in the past couple of years or so, ethnomusicology departments have been gaining a lot of traction in universities. So we're seeing a trend in that direction. We're also seeing more recently interest in like pop music theory or types of music theory that are supposed to be describing more contemporary types of music, which is, I think, a good thing.
Which is absolutely a good thing. I don't know why music departments, like, there are people that have made it through their senior year of music education that are performance majors and don't have like a set list that they could play if they were to go gig with like a local group or whatever. Like, they've never memorized like basic pop charts before. Like, if you ask them to play shit, they'll pull out like a fucking blue book, or like that's all they have. And it's like, oh my god, like, how do you not know any contemporary music? Like, what is wrong with you? And it's bewildering to me that this falls under so many jazz departments too, where the entire evolution of that music was in fucking shady, seedy fucking clubs and stuff, and it's been relegated to like museum status in terms of how people use it. It is absolutely insane to me that you can go through so many music departments and I can get a guy to break out like a very complicated analysis of a whole fucking piece where they've got the secondary dominance and all the key changes are absolutely correct. And if I give them like, oh well, why does pop music sound the way they do? It's like, well, I don't know, like what, like they're just lost. They have no idea. Like, that lack of understanding of pop music is criminal if you're teaching theory or if you're studying it. Man, that drives me crazy. I totally cut you off, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, 100%. I don't know if you followed this at all, but a couple years back when Kendrick Lamar won the Pulitzer Prize, the overall reaction from the traditional like classical music community was the most cringe thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, and I've seen like even musicians that I ultra respect. Pat Metheny? Metheny? Right.
Metheny, I think. So, whatever.
Pat, okay. I love his group. I love a lot of his pieces. The guy is a super talented musician. And him railing super fucking hard on Kenny G is one of the most cringe things I ever heard in my life. This was like 10 years ago, I remember, because everybody in my jazz department was so happy, like, yeah, fuck, because I was a saxophonist, so everybody fucking hates Kenny G. And it's like, well, listen, if at the end of the day, you guys are playing music that nobody in society fucking cares about, and this other guy found a way to take your instrument, your horn, and make it palatable to the masses, maybe you need to listen to a little bit more of him and figure out, like, what is he doing that people like, instead of insisting, that everybody listen to, your 45th rendition of Take 5 or something, figure out something new, Jesus. And that's why I really love groups like Snarky Puppy and Bad Bad Not Good. Like these are people that are like like trying to move jazz into like a more contemporary area and make it more like understandable or appealable to normal people. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Or incorporating it into newer genres, like much of Brain Feeder's category, for example, or catalog. Yeah.
Why do you think so many people say that they don't like jazz?
Because a lot of it is older music that you just don't really have an ear for. Like our ears change over time. You know, if I were to play like a lot of newer music to people in, you know, like in classical era, like Mozart and Baroque, like Haydn, if I were to go back and play them like newer shit, they would hear it and be like, I just don't understand at all. Like I don't have the ear for it. I think you have to develop an ear for jazz. But also, when a lot of people think of jazz, like, and people are like, oh, you need to listen to jazz, they're gonna give you some fucking late Coltrane album or some very esoteric, like, some fucking Gordon Bebop shit or like something that's very hard to understand. But everybody likes Cowboy Bebop soundtrack, right? Well, what is that, right? That's like big band music, you know? And big band music is specifically like, well, what is jazz music that a normal person would want to listen to and like kind of dance to or like jive with, you know? Like that's like there are forms of jazz out there that I think anybody could listen to, be like, oh wow, this is awesome. But for some reason, when people talk about jazz, they just want to talk about shit that was made, you know, like 40 years ago, and not think about anything new. Like, yeah.
Yeah. There's also a lot of
probably a lot of
contemporary
snobbery.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, there's a lot of snobbery, I think, with jazz and classical music as well.
Yes.
Probably factors into it.
I was just going to say there's a lot of contemporary artists who are working in all sorts of genres, but who come from like a very rigorous jazz background. And I think it's a misnomer to call what they're doing not jazz, even if they're incorporating it into something that's more, you know, fresh.
Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully we didn't bore everyone who's not into music, but that was cool. Littner had a question getting back to the politics stuff. Littner, you're unmuted about BreadTube.
Hey, it's me, Yoko. I hope you're doing well, Destiny. So I just wanted to ask, do you think that the BreadTube phase of YouTube is going to face a similar fate just as a skeptic community?
Yeah, it'll die eventually. Thank God. I'm counting the days. Hopefully, it'll probably be a little bit faster than the skeptics too, since leftists purity test the fuck out of each other so much. But yeah.
Yeah, that's really cancer.
Counting down the days for this shit to be done. Hopefully the age of the neoliberal is next, or something like that I'm a little bit more relevant in. Because damn, this BreadTube socialist shit is fucking cancer.
Yeah, I get that. People like Non-Compete and other types of BreadTubers. Yeah. All right, thanks, man. Hope you have a good day.
Alright, Faded had a question about active utilitarian.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Okay. So definitely, do you consider yourself more of an active utilitarian or a utilitarian? And how do you reconcile this with your egoism that you have seen to
I mean, I'm a rural utilitarian, and I reconcile it because I think egoism is more of like a meta-ethical position, and utilitarianism is more of a normative ethical position. So egoism is like, what good aims do I guess, look towards? And then the normative position is like, how do we maximize those ends? So I use utilitarianism to do that, I guess, is how I view it.
Okay, one more thing. How many times do you think you say wait in a debate on average?
I don't know if I do it as much anymore, but I know I used to a lot, and I know a lot of other people do. You're talking like wait, like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much. I don't know. I haven't thought about it much. I don't know if I still do that like super commonly, but I know I used to a lot more, and I know a lot of other people do now. So.
Yeah.
How would you recommend? Sorry, Faded. How would you recommend like people fix certain vocal things like that, right? Like I say right and like all the time, and it's really annoying.
You just have to be aware of it and then make a deliberate effort to stop doing it. If I'm aware of it, so like when you just said that you say like a lot or stuff, so now I'm thinking about it. It's better when you're in a conversation, if you think you're going to say a word like that, to just stop for a second or say I just said it. Have a little pause and don't say anything, and then finish your sentence. And that usually sounds better than just filling the air with like. But it's something you have to deliberately think about. Otherwise, you'll just fall into it. Because as conversations go, we tend to want to fill the space. We usually don't want to give the person the most talk, because if they do, then they'll cut us off. So we'll try to say something like rather than have silence while we think about what we want to say next. Because other people will jump in.
Yep, that's very true. Faded, I think you had something else to say.
I agree with that previous thing, and I just have one last thing to say. Is there like a threshold to how much you say wait to where you'd be considered a beta man?
Good one. I don't know. Good question.
Amazing. That's all I got.
Okay. Mugen Godslayer had a question about statements.
So my question was about cancel culture. So do you think the statement we should as a society care less about race and we should lower the bar on what is considered racist are contradictory, or are they irreconcilable or not?
Should we lower the bar on... Wait, what was the first?
What is considered racist? Basically, it's to be read under the lens of cancel culture, because we should lower the bar on what is considered racist to not cancel people.
I mean, I think we should just not cancel people. We can still acknowledge that actions are racist, but that doesn't mean we have to like cancel somebody, you know?
I mean, the way I see it, if we cancel people about racist statements, I mean, a statement that can be perceived as racist, and it's caring about race in a way,
Well, but I mean, we should probably care about race, or at least the impact that race has to society is probably a pretty important thing to do, I think. I don't think most people disagree.
Yeah, I don't really agree about that,
What if people are facing like racial discrimination? Don't you think that's something we should...
No, that's not the way I meant it. It's more like people tend to, point out racial differences and stuff like that. It's not a problem when it's not in terms of discrimination, but like if you're, it can be. Don't you think it can be like if, I mean, you have gone into a record saying you actually use the N-word, so I don't know if you would do that. But sometimes when there's a black person in a minority in a white majority background, for example, I mean what do you call it? Environment, then it can be it can make you kind of anxious and anxious and maybe it's just maybe it's not that important. I don't know. I mean, sorry.
Or yeah, I guess I'm just trying to understand what. I mean, in terms of lowering the bar for what consider racist, I don't think we can cancel people.
I think especially in the leftist communities, people will kind of agree that if you care too much about race, I mean, I'm not even sure if it's just leftist, because it kind of happens to rightists as well, when it's like, oh, you guys are the real racists because you found something to be kind of a racial issue when there was none, I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, so. I'm thinking I'm like nibbling around the edges of your question. Racism and all sorts of things can be good to look at, but can also be weaponized in negative ways. Let me put it that way. Like, it's good to be aware of race and racism and problems that exist in society, but there are going to be a lot of people that will just jump to call somebody racist, or jump to condemn somebody for something they said, even if it's not necessarily racist, or even if it's not relevant. Same thing with class issues. I think it's really important to be aware of class issues in the United States. There are a lot of people that will jump, though, to blame something on class that might not necessarily be about class, because it's like their pet topic or whatever. So, I mean, I think it's good to be aware of these things. I do think they get misused, probably sometimes, or a lot even. Yeah, I don't know if that's a satisfying answer.
So you would think that it's better to not jump to
Mugen, we'll have
extremes?
to move on.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Here's some questions.
Thank you, I like talking to you, by the way.
Okay, Debate Lord had a question. Why did you say that the only way to get Joe Manchin to vote for something he didn't want to would be to threaten his electability, but Joe Biden was able to convince him to vote for the COVID relief bill just by giving him concessions?
Because the COVID relief bill is probably something that you don't want to be on record as disrupting, and there's probably way more broad support for a COVID relief bill among his voter base than there would be among like a 15-an-hour minimum wage, would be my guess.
Cool. Next question we have is from ARC. They wanted to ask a question about activism.
Yeah, hi Destiny, great to talk to you. Love the content. I was going to ask, do you think that the culture of online debate or debate bro is more harmful or helpful to political engagement or advocacy?
Man, it really depends. I think so. I think that in some ways, debate bro culture is really toxic. I think it's called. Is it called sea lioning? Does anybody know what I mean when I say that?
No, I've never heard that before.
Like, if you're having a conversation in a group and some guy just shows up and he just wants to debate you on like everything. He's like, what do you mean when you say that? And you just like, that type of cancerous shit is not good for sure. However, somehow people found a way to take debate bro to mean anytime somebody challenges on my beliefs ever, they're a debate bro, which I think is ultra cancerous. So I would say that quote unquote debate bro culture can be pretty toxic and shitty when it's just like people that are just trying to be either contrarians or they just want to argue or debate you or hand me down on like every single little point. I think that stuff like that is bad for sure. But the fact that people have found a way to like use that as an excuse to never engage with opposition thought, I think is equally bad.
Yeah, I think call it debate bro.
Yeah, like you'll challenge somebody will say something really fucking stupid. Like, wait, hold on, what do you mean? Like, and they're like, I'm not gonna defend what I said to you. Like, okay, well, you're on the platform and you're like stupid bullshit. I go, whatever. Okay, fine. People just use it as a way to shield themselves from criticism. Debate bro is like you just say that and you automatically win, or you don't even have a platform. Which for some people is okay. Like, I don't expect a normal person on Twitter to want to engage like in that type of behavior all the time. That's fine. I'm sympathetic or empathetic, I guess, to that type of thing. But if you're a public figure and you are putting out like your hot political takes all the time, and they're incredibly controversial and they're really shitty, and you never want to discuss them with another person or engage with any criticism at all, and you think, oh, well, I'm not going to deal with the debate, bro. I don't know. Just think like, okay, it's not like that's just the excuse that you use to shield yourself from any and all criticism.
Completely agree there. Quesh had a question. How did you get started, and what did you do before political streaming, and why did you feel the need to jump into the public sphere of politics?
I think it was a semi-professional StarCraft 2 player is like what I was most known for probably. And why did I get involved? I think that especially around the Trump election time, I kind of saw that the conversations relating to politics were just so bad, and I thought I could just come in and provide like a little bit of a better, like, oh, maybe we can have some better conversations related to this stuff. And so that was kind of my initial naive hope of getting involved in things. And yeah.
How did it pan out?
99% of my conversations are complete and total dog shit because people are just unbelievable.
So why do you continue to do it?
I mean, I come from like a very combative background on the internet, so it's fun for me. I can still enjoy that. Like, that's still content for me, or enjoyable content at this stage.
Runaway Feline had a question about unpragmatic leftists.
Yeah, so I saw that Destiny usually talk about pragmatic leftists or people who believe in more collectivist social and political structures, things that got popular over the last probably decade, Marxist philosophies, and you're always talking about them being uneducated and diving to, I guess, stagger and stun actual pragmatic policies to be passed in the USA. Is that correct?
I think so. I don't know if I heard the first part of that, but probably, sure. People that are like incredibly idealistic and then will like not accept anything less than the ideal that they aim for, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So I've also seen, I guess, I'm not sure if it's still your friend on the Liberal on Twitter, tweeting about uneducated, not having to blame uneducated political people in the USA for the fall of Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders was doing really good until obviously people dropped out, and then he, got fucked because he's not a kind of a centrist left person. So, and they're kind of uneducated in the political spectrum, yet you don't want to blame them, but blame people who are, I don't know, I guess tankies for not.
Wait, who do I not want to blame? Let me just be clear on this.
So I saw you, I guess, tweet on your Twitter that we should not be blaming the politically uneducated people in the USA for the fall of Bernie Sanders.
Oh, sure, okay.
Yeah, so even though Bernie Sanders is more progressive and more, I mean, he isn't like a fucking, he's not a tanky, and you just there's a bit of a disconnect there where we're like, okay, so there's two uneducated political people, but one of them is like so unpragmatic, and one of them just don't know what's going on. Shouldn't we be educating both sides? But you usually just say, hey man, these tankies are fucking dumb. They don't know
You should
anything
educate
about the
everyone, I
economy.
think. Yeah, of course. Wait, do you think I disagree with that, or?
No. So, I mean, I'm just not sure where you are criticizing, the more left-leaning people for being uneducated rather than the centrist people for saying.
Well,
okay,
it's not really just that I'm criticizing them for being uneducated. It's that I'm criticizing them for being like willfully uneducated. Like these people don't like. The problem is they come onto online platforms and they like claim to have the answer, and they want to give their answers to everything, and they want to like make educational videos and shit, but they're just dumb as rocks. Like there's a whole lot. I have a far less responsibility for an average voting person than I would for somebody who's trying to make educational videos that doesn't know how like the stock market works, but wants to talk about how they would reform an entire society.
Cool, I see.
Thanks for your question, Runaway. Okay, Pack had a question. Why do you think so many streamers on the left, like Bosch, etc., jump to the pejoratives, Nazi, racist, sexist, etc., instead of debating the merits of the often dumb right-wing platform? Is it just a lazy way to dunk on the right? If so, why do you do this, or why don't you do it more often if it's better profit?
Because the idea, when you start calling everybody a fascist or a racist or a Nazi, I just think it's dumb and it takes away from what those words mean, and then it makes the conversation so much less productive. So I personally don't like that kind of stuff. I think it's stupid. But obviously it's effective.
Okay, Samantha had a question about platforms. Samantha, I'm gonna unmute you. You there?
Oh yeah, I didn't know I was gonna ask it, but go ahead. So Destiny, hi again. Do you think content creators with the large platforms and communities should be able to be held accountable if their communities start exhibiting a pattern of problematic behavior, such as like racism, sexism, transphobic or homophobic attacks on maybe other content creators? And what can we kind of do about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, you have like a lot of control of your community. Like you can moderate it in certain ways. The way that you behave will probably dictate a lot of how they behave, and then you can kind of set expectations for them and all talk to them about it.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Scissors had a question about being a detriment.
So you said that people should be compelled to do good as long as it's not like a big detriment to themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what qualifies as detriment is like very subjective, right? And it kind of varies from like society to society. Like for instance, in the US, I think just having a car is seen as a necessity, where like say in India, I think cars are still like largely a luxury. So how would you compel a person like that, like say one in the US, to be like, okay, like do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it would vary from region to region and from culture to culture, of course. I don't disagree with that, right?
So how would you have like a universal framework for that?
I mean, like a universal framework would be evaluating. I mean, you have to evaluate. I mean, I can't give you like a measure by which like here's how you measure all suffering from like A to Z, or from A to Z, or from like 0 to 1 million. Like I don't know. It would. I mean, you'd have to vary this like person by person, I guess, right? But
Yeah,
I mean, like
sure.
broadly speaking, that we can understand that there's probably like, even if it's hard to say like what's worse, giving up working on Friday or giving up like having a car available to you on Wednesday, like that might be a hard question to answer. But like the question of like, should we compel people to donate their kidneys, you know, against their will? That's probably an easier question to answer, right? Like there's going to be some sliding scale of what's acceptable.
Yeah, I can see that it's certainly like a scale. Like say there was like an advanced society that's more advanced than the US, where like having a mansion is like seen as a necessity. Like, so how would you, in the US, then you would say like, okay, you shouldn't go for a mansion, you should use your money in like more productive ways to help society. Right?
So if in the US, if having a mansion was seen as a necessity.
No, like say in a more advanced society, like hypothetically that happens, right? Just having a mansion. So like say now, right now in the US, you would say if you have like a lot of money, you shouldn't go for like luxuries, and you should more like look to help people, right?
Yeah, generally, yeah. To a reasonable
Like, say,
amount. I don't think you should
what if
forgo
there
like
was-
every single luxury, but yeah, go ahead.
Like, what if there was a society where like just having a mansion was a luxury? Like, would you go to that society and say no?
I mean, no, it would
Like,
probably
you should
change
do-
based on the society. I would imagine it would be relative to whatever the expectations and norms were of that society, right? So like maybe 20 years ago, maybe you could say like maybe it'd be better to help somebody rather than have like high-speed internet. Whereas today, high-speed internet is probably more of a demand. So like those standards would change over time.
So it's more like subjective, changes from society to society. Is that
Yeah,
it?
or relative to different societies. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Retito had a question about the Bolivian coup.
Yeah, I had a question if your position on the Bolivian situation has changed at all. Like, do you still think that it shouldn't be considered an attempted coup? Not, successful, obviously. Or has that changed?
No, I mean, I don't think so. I think all the concerns that were brought up initially were incredibly legitimate. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going with the I forgot what the document you looked over. The OAS report.
Yeah,
like
not OAS, the OAS
okay.
report, yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good to see. I did want to just say quickly because somebody brought up a while ago the vaccine thing. The difference between vaccines and like prescriptions, why people are worried about like prescriptions like years from now having possible side effects, is that you're taking those for years. With a vaccine, it's one shot and then it's your body's immune system kicking in. So generally it's like infinitesimal probability that would come to affect you years down the road. But my other question was about the Guggle thing. So would you change your opinion on whether or not someone like yourself should get involved in local politics like this if it turns out that he actually does win the mayoral race? Like, if the net effect is still positive in the end?
I don't know. I mean, there's like a ton of ways. Like, I'm not going to dramatically change my opinion based on one experience, right? Oh, like, this didn't work, time to quit or whatever. I think that's like a loser mentality for looking at life. But I mean, like, there's always like things that you can vary and do differently, like going forward. So I mean, I think the best thing you can do is anytime you have an adverse situation, you look and see what's happened, and then you try to see if there are lessons you can learn from it, and you apply that going forward. I mean, I still think there's plenty of places to get involved in local political scenes. Even the streamers, I think there's still more than power to
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, last question I had, just on a philosophical point, the is-ought distinction. Do you think that's like a relevant part of philosophy today? Like, do you think there's anything we can actually meaningfully gain through trying to, like, figure out some way to get an ought from an is, or is that just like...
No, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, but do you think it is relevant even in discussion? Like, does that affect, like people's philosophical like points? Is it ever useful to bring up?
No, I never. I just say, well, let's just assume we can do it and then go from there. I think pretending to like solve it, like this is like my big criticism of Sam Harris. Pretending that you've solved it somehow, I don't think it's even worth talking about.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Yep, thank you very much.
Yep, have fun.
Thanks, Bertino. Okay, Mac had a question about a very non-controversial topic. Is it morally permissible for Israel's government to evict the Palestinians from the West Bank?
I don't have strong positions on anything related to like territorial claims in that area because that shit is way too complicated. That's all I got for you. I don't have.
I respect the fuck out of that though.
Thanks.
So, all right, let's move on to Hermetic Coconut Husker. Great name. From your perspective, does it appear as if the virtual leftist movement of today, or more specifically BreadTube, is to ascribe... Okay, someone just deleted that. Mod, you gotta stop doing that.
Wait, why are they deleting questions? Maybe this is triggering the fuck out of me.
Yeah, it's driving me nuts. I don't know. Okay, we will move on. Okay, I'm so sorry for whoever had your question deleted there. Many locals feel that tourism is a form of colonization. What is your take on this?
I don't think that's true. I mean, it could be, but not necessarily. I mean, like, it depends on how you run your tourist industry, I guess.
Okay, do you see, like, any changes to the tourism industry coming out of a post-COVID world?
Not Not that I can think of. Permanent ones? Not that I can think of.
Alright, our dude is priest asked, what is a piece of literature, political or non-political, that was vital to your use?
There's a book. There's a ton of different authors for this book. It's called Wikipedia.org. What a great website for all newly growing minds.
Yeah. Why do you think like people often shit on Wikipedia? Because I think it's pretty unfair.
I don't know. It's easy to, you can take a bad opinion from Wikipedia. The super duper in-depth stuff you're probably not going to find in Wikipedia, or it's not going to give you the best understanding of things. You just go for like a cursory overview. You probably also can't use Wikipedia as a substitute for like actual study if you have the discipline to do it. So.
Yep. Force, you had a question? Sorry, Force?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey.
Hi. So, my question's for Destiny. So basically, you're a huge fucking faggot. Fuck you, white power.
Whoa, okay.
Wow. Why would he say fuck me and fuck white power at the same sentence?
Sorry about that. A big yike. Okay. The mods, if you can ban that person, that would be cool. Let's move on to the meme lord. Thoughts on a federal job guarantee? If you're confused, a federal job guarantee is a public option that supplies voluntary employment opportunities or on demand for all those who are ready and willing to work for a living wage.
I personally am not in favor of federal job guarantee. I don't know of many people that are. So I'm like very meh on it.
Oh, what are your issues with it?
I just don't know if the federal government should be guaranteeing jobs. I don't know if that's like, I feel like when it comes to stuff like employment, unless it's stuff that's very specific to government, I feel like that's better left to market forces for figuring that type of stuff out. Formation and destruction of firms, hiring of employees, and all that. That's just a lot to offload to the government, I think. All right,
yeah. I remember you mentioned that you don't necessarily respect people based on their correctness or freedom from fault. That is more whether or not a person has thought through their perspective. You center your perspective around maximizing your own happiness. Are there any other frameworks you've come across that you found interesting that may also have worked quite well? Or similarly, if you had to build your framework differently, what would it look like?
I have no idea. My framework is like a hodgepodge amalgamation of a ton of different thoughts and things that had an influence over my life. So it's hard to... if I knew another framework that I like super respected and would think of, then I would probably just adopt it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was a pretty tough question. I don't know what I would say to that. Jax, you had a question about insults. He asked, why do you need to make hyperbolic insults like subhuman? Couldn't more tame insults be better for your brand?
Boring. People just, I don't know. They're dumb.
Are you worried about like the implications of the word subhuman and what I mean?
No, I think that's like really virtue signaling. When people are gonna start saying something like, oh, well, when you say subhuman, that's just like how the Nazis called Jews. Like, no, come on, dude. No, everybody knows I'm not using it that way. I'm not using it against Jewish people. Like, it's a pretty broad and vague thing. Like, anybody can be subhuman. Like, I don't know. I think it's stupid, but whatever.
Yeah, it feels also like one of those internet culture things that people really, they know what you mean on average, right?
No. But if they really want to read negatively into it, then they can. So.
Yeah. ZD, you had a question about an educated Muslim content creator?
Can you please talk to a highly educated Muslim content creator? I normally wouldn't have cared, but especially after the recent Rogan and Jordan Peterson podcast with Ian Hersey, she just blatantly just lied or whatever. And the two I can think of both have degrees in philosophy, so I think the conversations, even if you're not gonna agree, would be better for like a religious discourse or whatever, because normally it's like a Christian perspective. And on the two guys are Muhammad Hijab and Hamza Sortis, I don't know, some Greek name. And the second question is, do you think it'd be a good idea for a larger streamer like Hutch or someone to make like a canvassing company, so you can like funnel volunteers through it, so your name doesn't like stay in the campaign?
I mean, if you want to, but I don't think people would want to join if you weren't too closely associated with it. Like, here's a random political organization that I'm promoting, go join it. I don't know if people would care to join it as much if you weren't.
Do companies like that already exist?
I mean, like, a lot of different campaigns, like, have their own, like, you can sign up and volunteer to work for, like, a particular campaign or something. I mean, like, that exists, but...
Yeah, alright, thanks.
So, I was wondering about, how do you feel about the current nuclear and the future of the nuclear powers in the countries? Do you fear a potential maybe new Cold War, like North Korea, maybe Iran now?
How do I feel about new countries having nuclear power? I mean, it feels bad, man, I guess. Like, nuclear proliferation is probably not a good thing. Some people would argue that it feels good, man, because maybe more countries with nukes means less likely for, like, ground invasions and shit. But I mean, I don't know. It's a really, really, really complicated. Like, how do I feel about it with respect to what? Like, should it be seeking to prevent it, or?
Like, what do you feel about countries like Iran and, like, North Korea really giving enough information about their government? Like, do you think there's going to be a new Cold War or anything similar to that?
I have no idea. Maybe I don't know. I just can't. I don't know that. Sorry. I wish I did, but I'm not sure.
All good, man.
Okay. Cynical Finch had a question about critical race theory. You're unmuted, Cynical.
Yeah, thanks for taking me. It's good to talk to you, Destiny. I've been watching you for a long time. Since way back in the Unfiltered days, and man,
Cool.
I missed that show.
Yeah.
Yeah, your most recent video, or maybe there's been another one uploaded since, I don't know, but it was quite the disgruntled debating a little bit there. I kind of noticed that he was kind of the context of you using racial slurs when you were from that clip when you were talking about the protesters or the rioters, I should say. That was kind of like a little bit of critical race theory. I was just wondering if you caught it, and if you did, and if you're aware of it.
Wait, what part of what he said was critical race theory? Can you?
Sure. So, well, it's steeped in
Yeah, sure.
race theory, I should say. Somebody else was using racial slurs during that one clip, and he basically said that like racial slurs should never be used under any circumstance. Period.
Oh, sure. Yeah, some people seem to.
And he went on to say, like, because it occupies space of color, and then he accused you. He's like, if you're willing to do that, then I can guarantee you're looking over your shoulder everywhere you go, waiting for an opportunity to be racist.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
I remember when I heard him drop that rhetoric on you. The one thing that resonated with me is I'm not sure if you're. I mean, you probably are familiar with the Evergreen riots that broke out back in the school in Washington.
Refresh my memory.
Most people will say that it surrounded professor at the school.
Oh God. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where they wanted to have like the no white kids at school day or whatever.
Yeah, and he kind of tried to peacefully step aside from that, but I mean that's not what started it. People will say that's what started it. There's a whole lot to that, and I don't want to get into that and waste your guys' time. But it just seems like, well, I know that like a lot of the ideology that allowed some of those protesters to basically overthrow that school, it was very, very well steeped in critical race theory. It was kind of handed down to them by some indoctrination. Kind of seems like it's spreading.
Bombs are
universities and colleges and whatnot, and I'm worried it's kind of toxic. I mean, it is, but I'm worried that if it spreads like that, I mean, it's going to get worse as time passes. So I was just wondering maybe I'll take on that.
I don't know. I would just have to. I don't know enough about like quote unquote critical race theory to like debate that. But I mean, I could argue like specific points is what I guess I'd just be interested in arguing. Like for instance, like the idea that you could never ever use a racial slur like in an academic context or something in a way that would be acceptable. Like I would push that. It's probably pretty dumb.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. Thanks. Fair enough, man. Maybe if you get a chance, just kind of. I think you might. But thanks for your time.
Duck Z was asking, your involvement with the Gudgel campaign, if I understand correctly, was brought down by a small yet dedicated smear campaign. Are there any steps you will take to ensuring that the effectiveness of such campaigns is reduced? If so, what kinds of steps?
I think I named 3 earlier. You can try to separate yourself from the candidate more. You could just campaign for a broader issue more. You can pick out a candidate that you think is a little bit more tenacious, like somebody that doesn't have as much to lose, maybe, so they're not going to be bullied around as easily. Like, yeah.
Cool. Nano Theon had a question about monarchy. Interesting topic.
I was wondering if you were opposed to monarchies, even if they exist in a ceremonial sense, such as the UK.
Ceremonial monarchy is probably fine. I don't have a big deal with it.
Even if they, the people who born into these families are treated differently just based on like things that they haven't done themselves.
No, I mean, I don't know. People want to do it. It can be their little sideshow thing. I don't care that much about it. It's not something I think about much. I mean, everybody's going to be treated way differently based on the family they're born into.
Yeah, but I mean, more particularly rural families because taxpayer money goes into them, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be in favor of instating that in like the United States, but like we have a history of it and everything. I don't know. Maybe there's a stronger argument for it.
Thanks for the question. Carl had a question. Carl, you're unmuted. About engaging.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question. I hope this hasn't been asked before. I came in late. I'm just wondering, with your canvassing and your in-person politics, what's logistically been the most difficult part of engaging with? And I understand if you don't want to talk about like your stuff that's going on right now.
Well, nothing's going on now, so the most difficult part is probably the money part. Like, depending on what you're trying to do, it can be expensive to get a lot of people in an area. That can be pretty difficult, and then like the coordination part as well. So like you probably need to hire people to help you, like take care of, handing out responsibilities to people and managing different people as well. Like getting all that on the ground set up is a learning experience for sure. Just like managing large groups of people, basically learning how to delegate responsibilities to them.
Did you find like a certain sort of like management software or something like useful for that, or did you just kind of delegate that to the people and they use what they use?
No, I don't think management software came down to it. Like I did everything via like Google Docs and email and stuff. I don't think it ever came down to anything specific. It was more just finding like good help, basically.
Yeah. Okay. And do you think that there are things that kind of preclude low-income Americans from engaging in politics? Like, do you have advice for low-income Americans other than just get involved?
No, I mean, I think you just have to, like, it depends on, like, how low income we're talking. Like, if you've got, like, a few hours every week to go down to, like, your city hall or city council meetings or whatever and pay attention to that kind of stuff, like, I mean, that's the way that, like, most people can get involved.
Okay, yeah, I was just wondering if you had any insight into that because you would actually, like, run into problems and have that sort of thing come up, right?
Yeah, I think there's a lot. If you're willing to just,
if
like...
I didn't have money, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, well, like, from my level, it's really hard. Or you need money, but that's because I'm, like, literally organizing a ton of stuff. But if you just want to be somebody that participates, like, oh, for that, you need to show up, right? And as long as you've got your ear to the ground, you're paying attention to local issues, like, you can, like, volunteer for campaigns, you can show up at your city hall meetings or your local Facebook groups, or if you're in college, there's, like, sororities or fraternities or things that have, like, political committees. Like, yeah, there's always stuff there for you to participate in if you're willing to do it.
Do you think there's an equity issue with people who are really low income and just don't have time? Or do you think that anyone has like a couple hours a week?
I mean, there can be an equity issue there, sure, but I think that if you want to set aside the time for it, I think most people can do it. Obviously, at the very, very, very low end of the spectrum, you can't because all of your time is going to surviving, but...
Yeah. Okay, that's all I have.
The real Zizmon had a question about gaming.
Yep, hello. So this is a bit of a meme topic, but why do you think League of Legends is better than Dota?
I have more experience in League of Legends than Dota.
I mean, surely that means that you can't really say that League is better than Dota.
I don't know if I've ever said League is better than Dota. I just don't want to play Dota.
I mean,
wanna learn a whole new
okay,
thing.
so I've heard you say multiple times that like whenever people try to talk about like how Dota is better, they usually just like laugh online and just say like, oh yeah, look at TI and I don't know.
I mean, I usually when I'm arguing against that, it's that I'm usually arguing against people that want me to go play it, not against like what's better or not. I don't think. If I ever say League is better, I might have said it in the past, but usually just to trigger people that play Dota in my community.
I mean, yeah, that's fair enough. I actually play both games, so you know.
He's saying you're a radical centrist. Okay. Mpo, interesting name. Had a question about abortion. Oh, that wasn't a VC. So, Destiny, I understand that you think you used to say that abortion is morally wrong, but you would still be against outlawing it. If it was demonstrated that simply outlawing abortion would significantly decrease abortion rates or stop them from happening entirely, would you still oppose outlawing abortion? More generally, why are you currently against outlawing abortion, and could your stance ever change if certain circumstances change?
Yeah, I mean, if it would have been shown that like banning it was an effective way of getting rid of it, then I probably would be committed to changing my legality position on it. Although as of recently, I think I'm now in favor of abortion, like 51-49. Like it's a very difficult argument, I think, but I think I'm narrowly in favor of it at the moment.
Would have changed your view on it or moved it?
Yeah, so now I'm in favor. I think morally abortion, I think, is justifiable. I think I'm.
Yeah, but like, what was the argument, I guess, that convinced you to move to that position?
I think it's the idea of valuing a conscious experience. I think, and the idea that ending an experience that doesn't exist probably shouldn't be immoral. I think is what I'm sitting at right now.
Cool. Lazu asked, do you have any stances on deep ecologist philosophy or ecocentrism?
Ecocentrism or ecologist philosophy? No, I don't think so. I don't even know what half those words mean. I don't think.
Yeah, I've never heard of ecocentrism. I think like deep ecology is just like a very extremist environmental philosophy. Okay. Reluctantly has a question about being a libertarian.
Oh yeah, thanks Destiny for like being here. I mean, I disagree with you like on pretty much every issue, but I've been watching like a lot of your debates recently, especially the ones with like alt-righters, because I like how you know, you're able to like disprove them and stuff. So I just had a question. You've mentioned like many times that you used to be like a you know, like a Ron Paul libertarian. Wait, let me find my question, sir. Do you still think that the Federal Reserve should be reduced or abolished in its capacity, and do you think it's overstepped its role by controlling inflation? I also had like one other question.
No, I think the Federal Reserve is fine with the job that it does. I don't think it's overstepped anything.
Okay, and then I also just like I came kind of late, so sorry if you like already got asked this, but I was just wondering about the filibuster. Do you think it should be like reformed in like yes, it's kind of the same question. Do you think it should be like reformed or abolished in any way?
I don't think the filibuster is necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I don't think the filibuster is necessarily a bad thing. I know that a lot of people are like really ass-mad about it, but I mean, I think that the bigger problem we have is like massive divides in our government that make it impossible for us to work together, and I think that's the real problem that we have.
So, yeah, but like, would you modify in any way, like maybe change it from like 60 to 55, anything like that?
I think 60 is fine. You can change it to 55 if you want. I don't know. I think 60 is okay.
Okay, thank you.
Audrey had a question. Destiny, I promise I'm not asking. I'm asking this genuinely in good faith, and I'm not trying to do some sort of transphobic gotcha moment. But if both race and gender are social constructs, why is transitioning genders considered valid, but transitioning races is not? I understand they operate a little differently in terms of inheritance between generations, but if you can acquire the lived experience of being a woman by having society treat you and perceive you as a woman,